Άντε, κλείστο. Άσο, έχεις χάσει. Ας σας πω τα αρχεία. Check, 1, 2, α. 1, 2, α, 1, 2, α. Ένα, α, 1, 2, υπάρχει άλλη λύση.
Δεν ανοίγει. Θα τον ανοίξω εγώ τώρα.
Ένα, όπα. Δεν παίζουμε. Κλειστά. 1, 2, είναι κλειστά την κονσόλα. Πες το, πού είναι, φέρ το tablet εδώ. Το tablet που είναι εκεί κάτω. Έχει κλειστά. Φέρ το. Φέρε με πιο μικρό. Τα έχει κλειστά όλα. Έχει κλειστό μάστερ. Τι έκανε τώρα. Τώρα πρέπει να παίζει, γιατί δεν παίζει. Πού το δώσαμε. Έλεγα μια δόση. Ναι, αυτό είναι το γενικό, τι λέω τώρα. 1, και κοίτα να δεις, έχει θόρυβο στα ηχεία. Ποιο είναι κοίτα στα ηχεία, να δεις. Έχει κοπεί, 1, 2, Να σου πω, έλα λίγο εδώ. Εδώ έχει ένα φίλτρο που λέει speak, ξεσομιλεί και μπάσο. Θέλω να δεις που μου αρέσει. Το έχω εντελώς speak. Θα δώσει λίγα για να με βλέπεις, έλα. Γεια. 1, 2, 4, Τώρα που το έχεις speak, ομιλία. Speak. Τράβα σιγά σιγά πως το πράσινο είναι εδώ. 1, 2, δώσε. 1, 2, 4, Άσου γίνει μόνο. Άστο. Ένα, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, τσεκ. 1, Τεστ. 1, 2, 4, τεστ. 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, Check, check, check. Check, check, ja. Check, 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 check,
Check, check. Test. Test one, check.
Ένα-δύο. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome in the Center of Mediterranean Architecture in Chania, in the inauguration of the Energy and Sustainability Conference, co-organized by the School of Architecture, the municipality of Chania, and the University of Genoa. As the School of Architecture in Chania, as the Dean of the school, I'm very happy that we are hosting this very important event that deals with issues of sustainability, issues that have also to do with the city, the landscape, energy, technology, and of course financing. I really hope you enjoy the sessions that are very intense and very interesting from what we have seen from the papers that have been submitted. And so welcome, and I would like to introduce Mr. Giannakakis Yannis, the Vice Mayor of Culture of Chania, to make a short welcome. So thank you very much.
Ευχαριστώ, Alexandre. Welcome, everyone. On behalf of the municipality of Chania, I would like to welcome you to our city and to the Conference on Energy and Sustainability, co-organized with the Technical University of Crete and the University of Genoa. We're especially pleased that this important event is taking place here in the Center of Mediterranean Architecture on the Grand Arsenal, an historic landmark in the heart of the Old Harbor. This conference brings to the forefront a crucial topic: how we design and fund buildings that are not only functionally beautiful, but also energy efficient, environmentally responsible. With the European Union's goal of reaching net zero emissions by 2050, this conversation is more timely than ever. Energy performance and sustainability in the built environment affect us all, not just technically, but also in the way we live, work, and interact with our cities. While the main theme of this year's Architecture Biennale in Venice focused on the connection between architecture and intelligence, natural, artificial, and collective, it was evident, as I personally observed during my visit, that concerns about sustainability, resilience, and the environment were present in almost every pavilion. These are the issues shaping the future of architecture and urban life. We believe that conferences like this one are valuable opportunities to connect people, ideas, and practices across disciplines and borders. I hope this exchange of knowledge and experience will inspire new thinking and lasting partnerships. I wish you all a successful and engaging conference, and of course, a memorable stay here in Chania. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I would like to call Professor Mattia De Rosa from the University of Genoa, who will continue with the introductions.
Thank you very much, Alexandros, for your kind words and for introducing the conference. Welcome to everyone. My name is Mattia De Rosa. I'm an associate professor at the University of Genoa. I'm the coordinator of the SHERLOCK project. Just a few words about the project. SHERLOCK is an Erasmus Plus project that is running from 2023, and our goal is to create a new educational framework for related to the sustainability in urban areas. So for us, it's very important to have you here because this is a very good platform for exchange ideas and to have new ideas and to disseminate and communicate our results. So thank you very much for joining us. The conference has been, I hope it's going to be a very successful event and that it will be interesting for you, for any one of us. So thank you very much. I want to particular thanks to the organizer, the local organizer, Professor Vazakas, who actually helped us a lot to organize this event, and also our colleagues from ELI, that actually help us in organizing all this event. So that's it. If you want to have more information about the project, of course, you can come to me and our colleagues, so we can provide you for more information. Thank you very much. So I think we can start, let's say, the actual program. Sorry, we are a bit late. We had, as always, in academic conferences. But anyway, I want to introduce, Dr. Ebru Kana Sokolu, who is a senior resource mobilization specialist at UNITAR, the United Nations Institute of Training and Research, who will provide a welcome speech and then a keynote lecture for us. So thank you very much. Welcome, Dr. Sokolu, please. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everybody. Well, I'm small, so I don't have the chance of speaking behind the podium, so I'll be standing a little bit here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Vice Mayor, dear colleagues, organizers. It's a great privilege to be here. On behalf of our director, Mr. Alex Mejia, who unfortunately is not here today with us, but he sends his best greetings and congratulations. He's actually on another mission in a distinct part of the world in Bangladesh, and he's collaborating with some potential partners and the government on, how we can contribute more the sustainable and efficient uses of water and other sources of energy in that part of the world. So let me start very briefly with the opening remarks. On behalf of UNITAR, we bring our colleagues greetings from Geneva, and for this institution particularly, this project is very valuable because this is a great example of partnership between academia, United Nations, and private sector and different types of institutions, which is a great example of Sustainable Development Goal 17. So thank you very much for this great effort you put in. Allow me to begin by expressing that this is a privilege in this particular part of the world, Girit, which, thousands of years has been a source, a great example of, how efficiently the most important energy resource has been used, and engineering systems 3,500 years ago, showed us great examples. I'm talking about the Minoans in this beautiful land. The Minoans contributed to the humanity through the first example of water management systems, apart from all their contributions to history, civilization, and culture, and so forth and so on. But in terms of efficient use of water, 3,500 years ago, which was the most important resource, not only of energy, of life, reason for conflicts, wars, and disasters, of course. So it's very exciting to be here in this beautiful island where the Minoans, showed us a great example. Over millennia, Crete has stood at the crossroad of continents. And if we go back to almost 4,000 years ago, the continent, this was an intersection of the continents. And several empires and civilizations from, Knossos to the Romans, Byzantine, Venetians, Ottomans, and so the island is a melting pot. And so that's why it's very meaningful to be here, other than it's a beautiful island, So we have to come back again for this time to enjoy the beauty of the island, of course. The Minoans mastered the art of science and water management in ways that still astonish us today. They featured the intricate systems of aqueducts, cisterns, wells, terracotta pipes that captured, stored, and distributed water with a level of efficiency still that inspire us in the modern systems. They developed advanced drainage and sewerage networks, rainwater harvesting, and even early forms of water filtration, ensuring a reliable supply for both daily life and agriculture, even in times of scarcity. So these innovations were not just only engineering and technical achievements, they were the foundation of the resilient, peaceful, and prosperous society, and a testament to living in harmony with the environment. Last night, we had the chance to talk to our colleagues, dear Mattia. That was a beautiful conversation I exchanged with you. The engineering should meet with the societal needs and the resilience of the communities. So I think that's why Minoans were a great example to this. Dear colleagues, I speak as a Deputy Director of UNITAR's Division for People, and I have two other hats. I am the Associate Head of our training centers, a network that is called CIFAL Global Network. And I'm also representing here UNITAR's Global Water Academy. So that's why, from a personal perspective, it's very important for me to be here and, of course, to be learning from you what could be more potential areas of collaboration with all these distinguished partners here. Before that, I was in academia for almost 20 years. I was a political scientist, and interestingly enough, I have been dealing with the political and the societal importance of energy, always from a security perspective and insecurity perspective. So that's why this meeting for me is also very valuable. As I said before, it's a brilliant example of partnership. And to meet the challenges of the day, the United Nations individually cannot be successful. Academia cannot be successful if it works alone. Private sector, if ignores academic and scientific explorations, it cannot be successful to meet all these multiple challenges of the world. So I think that's why this meeting, where it brings different institutions and of course a lot of research findings probably we will be hearing with all these articles and papers that you're going to be presenting here. I'm coming from a very peculiar United Nations agency that has only one mandate, Institute for Training and Research. It is the institute, it is the arm of the United Nations that collaborates with the UN agencies. We are only 6 institutions that work in academic partnerships and in education. The largest being UNESCO, then we have UNITAR, UN, and so forth. So we are very limited number of institutions. And UNITAR's main mandate is to collaborate with academic institutions and different stakeholders to foster, research that you do in your labs and to magnify it at a national and international level and to bring it together with the member states. So that's why UNITAR is like an academia of the United Nations system. And since the last 63 years, it has been partnering with academic institutions to work on planet, on socioeconomic developments and providing resilient and sustainable systems, the SDG Agenda 2030, so forth and so on. So actually, this meeting and this conference and our partnership, and I want to thank and give credit to my colleague Daniel Nazarov is here with us. He's a senior program officer, and he brought your community to UNITAR a couple of years ago. And since then, there were, of course, many challenges, institutional challenges, to partner with these kind of research networks. Now, I'm very glad to announce that those challenges are overcome. And let me put in a simple terms what the challenge was. The United Nations is an intergovernmental organization that operates basically in the implementation of various things in different parts of the world. And the EU has been a significant funder of several academic, scientific endeavors of the UN. And a couple of years ago, as UNITAR, we went through the EU FAFA process of pillar assessment, which means that the United Nations, within this huge system of the United Nations, UNITAR is eligible to go for partnerships in research and training for EU's big fundings. I think this is a great opportunity from our end to be able to more partner, and RES4City and this particular project has been, has opened the door for that. So it went through some difficulties, but we're very happy that we made it. So, well, I know that this is just, I'm sorry that I have to keep you a little bit, long here, because I have two tasks, first the opening speech and my part. But let me conclude with good messages, at least on behalf of the keynote, the opening remarks, right? We are very happy to be here once again with you, and this particular project puts an extra responsibility on our shoulders, because UNITAR, as other UN agencies, we work for the societies, of course. So what you produce in your scientific communities should be disseminated at another layer. I know, coming from an academic background, we as the academics, we are very much involved in our work, within labs, within our, very high level of intellectual debates, exchanges with our students, projects, and so forth and so on. But of course, each research should be translated into policies. So I think what is done here is extremely valuable in this regard, and as UNITAR, we are very happy to disseminate and to be able to contribute your works into policy decisions. So this is our mission as a UN agency, and to make it more informed decisions, of course, to enable the decision makers to take decisions based on pure scientific research and the facts. So without further ado, I want to end these opening remarks, and I want to thank everybody. I'm looking forward to having some interactions. Unfortunately, it's going to be a very limited time for us, but we're going back to Geneva with a lot of inspirations. And so please count on us. We'd like to continue this collaboration. There's a great potential out there. And of course, before I close this part of the speech, scientific, innovations, solutions should meet with the community. So we are very privileged to have the vice mayor here. So I know that this conference will contribute to the richness of this culture, and it should meet with the policy decisions also at the local level. So thank you very much for supporting this very beautiful event. And just as a call for action, I want to thank everybody's commitments, and this is a great collaborative spirit here. I see very young people, young colleagues, so please consider also contributing not only to the scientific exploration, but also dissemination in your community. So now we are all envoys of translating in simple terms what is going to be discussed here into your family networks, friends networks. I think this is also an important responsibility to disseminate the scientific facts. Thank you very much. And should I come back there? Well, with an academic reflex, I can speak like 3 hours, okay, then on behalf of Alex, our director, Mr. Alex Mejia, I just thank again. And I think this is the hardest task that I'm assigned, and apologies in advance if there will be some disappointments with this opening remark. But now I stand as a former academic, as now a UN senior official, and also partnering this beautiful community here. And my role is to speak a little bit on the role of academic partnerships and multilateralism. I know that multilateralism is a very distant topic to most of academic communities if you're not dealing really with political science and international relations. So for that strand of academics, it has a different connotation. It deals a lot with, state level, intergovernmental level, NGOs, the community, so forth and so on. But multilateralism for the United Nations system means quite a critical theme, because the UN, since the last 80 years that was created after the Second World War, has been so far the most successful example in the history, thousands of years of history of civilization, one of the best examples of multilateral collaboration for peace, for prosperity and socioeconomic development, and of course, responsible and sustainable uses of energy resources. Right? I'm coming from Turkey, and my country is surrounded by 3 different seas. The Black Sea, the Aegean Sea, and the Mediterranean Sea. And it hosts 2 major rivers, like Euphrates and Tigris. And it's a peninsula. It used to be a land of agriculture. And it's a big landscape, and so in different parts of the country we had different sources of, foods, different types of agriculture, and so forth and so forth. But one thing that hits our country is, even though it's very rich in all these energy and survival resources, there's one challenge that more or less all your countries face with is the climate change, and how to compete with technology and how to integrate technological advancements for more resilient systems for the survival of the communities. I'm talking about like food and agriculture systems. I'm talking about like energy systems like solar energy, this and that, right? And I'm sure Turkey is not a unique case of good and bad governance, right? There are some internal challenges, there are some external challenges, and as academic communities, our major task is to observe where the hotspots and the challenges lie, and then what kind of solutions we can propose. And this doesn't go only to engineering or natural sciences, also in social sciences, art, and this is the same problematic. So academia is expected to provide solutions to the problems of their ecosystems, right? And when I was an academic, that was an observation that was a self-criticism. Well, we produce the most advanced researches in our labs. We just teach, we convey the message to our students through publishing some articles that unfortunately not read much And, we all are aware of these, challenges in the academic publication. And the main observation that I had for many years was that we don't really disseminate in the proper way that should make an impact for the community, for the political ecosystems, right? So, but of course, over time, getting wider and wider, right? So, the academic product should be communicated properly with the decision makers, with the community leaders, right? But it's not only a problem for academia. There should be always a recipient of any message, right? So you can give the message, but it has to be taken. So there are different authorities and leaders, like the governments, like the local governments, like the private sector, that should absorb that message and translate it into, some common good, right, for the entire society. And the title of this, talk that is uncertainty. So we are living in an era of many uncertainties. This is a world that we call VUCA world. I'm sure most of you have heard of this, very commonly spoken concept, VUCA. It stands with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and yet ambiguity. So VUCA. This is a world of VUCA, right? Not only for academia, for us as the UN, for the private sector, for NGOs, for young people, for our grandparents. So everything is like the pillars of the VUCA world that we are living in. And so this is the global landscape. This is a local landscape, right? And we are in such a speed that makes us even more short-sighted. We just live for the moment at a very speedy rate, and probably it's because everything is very fast. We are great consumers of almost everything in our life, right? And relentless of what the next generations will have, or if they will have all these resources that we have, right? So there's a huge rush. And I hear more and more, I read more and more articles about, stopping for a while, slowing down for a while, right? So this is one of the remedies, of course, out of many, prescriptions for the VUCA world, like. So we forgot one thing in this very complex world. This is actually trusting. And the Edelman's 2025 Trust Barometer, which it asks every year, and there are different surveys, there are global surveys, barometers that actually take the pulse of the community, the society. This particular barometer finds that there is a reduced trust for almost all sorts of institutions across the world, right? So academia is not trusted. Governments are not trusted. UN is not trusted, as it used to be before. And what is trusted more is private sector, right? So I think we should read these messages very clearly and, think about it. Why there is this, reducing level of trust for different kinds of institutions. This is an open access resource, so you can go through, 2025 Edelman Trust Barometer, and to see what is the institution that is most or less trusted and across time, so you can do the trend analysis. Why is it important? Because now we are different stakeholders here in this room. And since 2015, when the Agenda 2030 was launched for Sustainable Development Goals, we had a roadmap and, all different types of institutions across the world, we do our best to contribute to different types of Sustainable Development Goals. For instance, 7 is our main topic here, But I work with my colleagues at Unitar Global Water Academy. We concentrate on SDG 6, which is, the sustainable water consumption. There is SDG 5, gender equality. SDGs are like our roadmaps, right? And when you go through a little bit of, analysis, like scan what is available particularly for the academic production on SDGs, I invite you to, do this research yourselves. There are hundreds of articles, single-authored, co-authored, that have been published in very prestigious journals or from very prestigious publication outlets on sustainable development goals. And the roadmap, by definition, ends by 2030, because it's Agenda 2030, and by 2030, we have a task, like everybody here in this room has a task to, do their best for SDG Agenda 2030, but it's just 5 years ahead, and we are lagging behind in each and every goal, right? And so, for this particular theme of this conference, SDG 7 is, I think, doing pretty well because of the scientific productions of the academic community. Like there are almost 300 scientific articles that we found. Since 2000, there is a significant growth for the academic institutions, sustainability impact, QS, this and X, Y, and Z. I'm sure that your institutions are also doing very hard on these indices, right? And yet we have 5 years to go. And today everybody is speaking of post-2030 agenda. Speaking of SDGs, Agenda 2030 is becoming very outdated. But of course, this doesn't mean that, okay, we have to, stop our work. Well, academic institutions, of course, universities are central to this particular theme, energy transition, and through education, research, dissemination. And I know that this particular field is one of the leading disciplines which exceeds the expectations of private sector and academic partnerships, right? When I was the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Social Sciences, there was always a pressure, and I'm sure that you will understand, from my senior leadership, you have to talk more with the private sector and bring more funds, you have to, improve the co-op models for students, for research, with the business sector. Look, there's this beautiful example of engineering faculty, So we as social sciences, we always felt the impossibility of, achieving what you have achieved. And this is very valuable. Multiple stakeholder research. It's valuable and it's beautiful. So, and what we observe over time, particularly in this field of, scientific community, there's a lot of contribution to sustainability in higher education from your ends, open source and community collaboration, so open source data and so forth. And I'm not quite sure, I haven't been able to go through, in greater detail with the data on university impact rankings and how the engineering and energy systems and, all these fields contribute to the Times Higher Education or other global indices, for their works. But there's a similarity because the United Nations, not only UNITAR, has also similar targets, similar challenges, right? So our major job is the Agenda 2030. So to create capacity building, to empower young people, to empower some kinds of communities, different segments in the communities, older people, people with disabilities, women, aging population, so forth and so on. And we also have a global roadmap to follow, just like your roadmaps at your institutions. And the good news here is, particularly for UNITAR, in this CIFA Global Network, we have 33 different training. As of 2024, and this is a great privilege, to have people around the world. So this is about capacity development. Of course, it's not a university academic education. It's a training on different fronts with different partnerships. We work with 17 universities, right? From Korea to Nigeria to Canada to Miami in the US to Atlanta to Hawaii to Turkey. So the beauty of this network is, well, as UNITAR, we train these hundreds of thousands of people, but thanks to our university partners. And what we observed over 20 years, our colleagues, our partners, contributed tremendously to the localization of sustainability in their communities. So there are hundreds of thousands of people who at least have an idea of what this sustainable development goal, the famous sustainability wheel, the colorful, beautiful wheel, is about. How to turn off a tap, not to waste the energy, like wastewater, responsible use. What it means, sending girls to schools, right? What it means, respecting and facilitating, and this goes to local governments, like for instance, life easier for people with certain disabilities. How to slow down certain, like parts of big shopping malls, big supermarkets for older people, and these sort of things. And this is a great example of partnerships, of course, but thanks to our CIFAL Global Network, we actually have more and more reach to the local communities. We have partners also from local governments. We collaborate with certain municipalities from Poland to Spain, from Korea to Japan. So, of course, this is an endeavor with no end, right? And it comes with the academic partners. So our academic partners also facilitate the dialogue, partnership with the private sector. Particularly in this field of research, we require big fundings, right? That's why the global funding is becoming more and more valuable. I don't know if there are any representatives from any philanthropist organizations here in this room. I wish it would be the case. So we have to make this voice more heard, right? And of course, the CIFAL Global Network, I'll give you very simple examples and I don't want to take too long. Capacity development for sustainable energy and urban transitions proper. We have training centers at different parts of the world. For instance, in Canada, York University has been implementing for many semesters drone-based thermal mapping of the university campus buildings for sustainable campuses. And I know that it's a very hot topic, sustainable campuses, right? We had this beautiful discussion last night with Mathia, and so what is a sustainable campus? Everybody wants, every institution, every university wants a sustainable and green campus. It's not about, having fancy, classrooms with the most up-to-date, technical infrastructure. It's about having a ramp for a student with a wheelchair also, right? It's about having classrooms more inclusive, And so, of course, this is a goal. And coming back to what some of the CIFAL centers, and I invite everybody to familiarize really yourselves and your academic communities with this beautiful network. I was talking to Carla last night, and it's fascinating to hear your University of Valencia is like having 15 graduate programs that deals with sustainability. This is a record number, And I'm sure that there are many other examples around the room, right? So as a university, of course, this is the primary responsibility, right? And Sifal Jeju in South Korea, we have a series of expert seminars where we bring together with experts, public officials, academics and different sectors of the society on sustainable energy. And this is expanding Jeju's global horizons. And I don't know if there are partners from that part of the world here. And so this is a common commitment, right? Everybody's main business and concern is to contribute more. So in this. So I'll just skip some part of my talk. I know that it's getting very late. Just what could be like the main lessons for a VUCA world, how academia, partnering with different institutions can contribute to the complexities of the world. And I know that you know better than I do. You're doing the real, data business out there. But let me tell you one thing. One of the automatic things for academics is to publish, right? And to disseminate. And at UNITAR, well, the United Nations' main goal is not this, of course, not research publications. But it's with great privilege that we are starting some real scientific publications of academic community, and I would like to invite, of course, extending this with this network as well. The reason is not to showcase what academics do to other academics. The ambition here is to disseminate those academic data-driven research to the policymakers, to the diplomats from all around the world, and to contribute to the dissemination and to provide another layer of dissemination, right, other than academic outlets. So this is very exciting from our end to to do this publication-related work. We have recently been in a dialogue with U4SSC network. This stands for United for Sustainable and Smart Cities. This is a network of almost 20 different UN agencies, right? This is an initiative. It's not an organization. It's not a UN agency. It is led by International Telecommunication Union. And so the idea there is to go to the field, the ground, to observe what is missing and how this beautiful initiative can fix through establishing dialogue with local partners, right? For sustainable and smart cities, which of course pretty much is involved with, how to use efficiently energy, right? And when I was speaking to my students, energy and resource is not only about windmills, it's not only about solar panels, it's about human capital. Human capital is one of the most important resource of energies, right? So our individual commitment, community commitment. So please, I invite everyone to go for U4SSC, and we'll be very happy to, if there is any interest from this community, to establish dialogue with you on that front as well. So I know that I'm running very, very late, and I want to just close with one hot topic that I think the global community is doing pretty much well compared to other SDGs, but still there's a huge way to go. In this part of the world, we are not that much, puzzled about gender inclusivity. And I saw in some of the panels, there is some specific attention to inclusivity and gender aspect. So I think this is the main role of academia, other than scientific productions, to contribute to the creation of more inclusive societies, right? If I start counting how many people are around, and it's for me as a political scientist, former political scientist, it's very unusual to see that there are less women sitting in the room, because if it's like a social sciences, conference, well, women are always, way more than the men, because academia is a place for, there is a positive discrimination, for men in academia. But it's not only about, of course, having a gender balance or, inclusive dialogue among the academics themselves. So we have to keep our commitment to empower women, to make whatever, community we create more inclusive of women, young women, talented women, for STEM, STEM plus, STEAM projects, right? And I would end my, talk with an invitation. There are several UN days for women and girls across the world, and one of them is Women in Science, right? This year, as UNITAR Global Water Academy, we are one of the founding members of UN Water System-Wide Strategy. So the United Nations is creating its water strategy for the first time in the history. Can you believe it? And we partner with around 40 other member institutions, partner institutions. There are some universities, NGOs, member states within this, system-wide strategy preparations. And as UNITAR, we are a member of, a task force that works particularly on water and gender. Next year, in 26, there will be the biggest UN Water Conference in United Arab Emirates, and we will be speaking of gender and water. And I want to end my talk with this invitation. So we are looking forward to, great collaborators for our work and advocates of our work for this particular water-related field. So, so please just contact with us if there is any interest, or just spread the word among your colleagues, student communities. So we'll be very happy to partner and to, to succeed with this task force. So I thank you very much and enjoy the 2-day conference here in this beautiful city. I'll come again. Just to see around, and I should see still that I know that there are the remnants of the pipelines, that the minnows, there's a beautiful museum as well. I want to come next time for that, but thank you very much for this opportunity. This is a great entry for me to this beautiful island, and of course, we're looking as UNITAR for more collaborations. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Sukol, for your speech. It was very, very interesting and inspiring. I think we already touched, let's say, different, the multidisciplinary aspect that is actually related to sustainability, and that is actually one of the targets of our conference, to explore the different dimensions that we have when we talk about sustainability. So I know we are late, so I don't want to bore you with my comments. We just go with our agenda. We go ahead with our agenda. I want to invite Professor Berardi, our next keynote speaker. Professor Berardi is president of the International Association of Building Physics and full professor on energy systems at the Polytechnic of Bari in Italy and at Toronto Metropolitan University. Please, Umberto, if you want. And he will give a speech on innovative materials to address climate change within the built environment. Thank you very much. I think it's questa qua, no?
Let's try. And I'm assuming I don't have a pointer, correct?
As a pointer.
It's okay. I don't need it.
Posso guardare dalla prossima. Okay. Thank you very much. Please.
Thanks, Mattia, for the invitation, for the kind invitation, and thanks everybody for joining me this morning. I know we are actually running a bit behind schedule, so I'm actually going to flip very quickly towards the content of my presentation. It's going to be a bit more technical, a bit more material science and engineering, so I will try to keep it as simple as possible, but please feel free to interrupt me for whatever reason. So really, I'm going to present a bit of the journey in the world of energy and sustainability that I've been undergoing over the last, I would say, couple of decades. We just heard about the SDG as a program. We all know how the built environment, green buildings are part of the SDG goals. And in fact, a real sustainable buildings is part of so many goals that can actually be valuable. When I was a PhD student 20 years back, at that time in Europe, we were all discussing about zero energy building. We were really looking for this kind of new concept of the APBD at that time. We were looking how to match demand and supply. We were trying actually to make things as good as possible. But the reality 20 years later is that we haven't really done that much. Let's be honest. The energy demand of buildings keeps skyrocketing. It's going up actually almost in any country. And that's really the reality of the problem. So I'm trying to look at some drastic innovation and opportunities to trying to stop this kind of trend that keeps actually requiring our building to demand more and more energy. So I spent the last 15 years in North America. I've been a professor in Toronto, and I think actually Toronto is a great example of why buildings keep demanding more and more energy. No matter how much we do research, discovers new materials, new technology, new approaches, the reality is that we buildings more and more. I mean, we are building more and more buildings everywhere. We are actually, happening this kind of trend, a bit less in Europe, but in Canada you can see so many cranes if you just go downtown. So really the reality is that we are putting more and more buildings. Just to give an example, what you see in blue are the under construction towers in Toronto, but what you see in purple are actually towers that have been already submitted for project permits. So this really gives you the sense of why we are demanding more and more energy. This is really Toronto, kind of one of those North American cities with an hub of a lot of construction, but the situation doesn't change that much, even if you move in a kind of a more quiet place for construction and real estate, such as Barrie. This is basically a project I'm going to discuss in a moment. So 15 years ago, when I moved to North America, we started also participating with my group on this kind of decathlon and different Race to Zero, Department of Energy project, where we were also trying to put real buildings together. I had the pleasure to supervise a group of students that won the first solar decathlon in China in 2013, as well as I was actually part of the winning team of the solar decathlon for Africa 6 years back in Bengurin in Morocco. So this project, a lot of times I've included a lot of the technology that I'm going to show in a moment. And I'm actually putting this photo, not because I'm proud of the photos on itself, but because a lot of times we need to do research on new technologies, but we also need to try to understand how this technology can really get back into the market and trying actually to inspire the real construction sector in reality. And this is basically something that I've been doing in Canada quite effectively. For example, 3 years back, the project that we designed for the Race to Zero in Washington, it wasn't a winning project, but what I'm actually proud is that that house was basically the first modular of a series of construction that we are doing in Toronto these days. So really the idea is that we need to do material research, but we need to also look at the technology transfer and the application of these projects in reality. And while we do all these kind of things, we also need to understand that the environment is changing and the boundary condition of our buildings are changing. The expectation of people are changing, but most importantly, none of us can be, exempted to start considering the impact of climate change on buildings and how materials are changing with the scenario that the weather is facing. So that's really another kind of side that my talk will have in the next few minutes, hopefully. And there's been, it's not going to be really the focus of today's presentation. I'm going to really look at solution more than the climate impacts on this solution. But I want actually to encourage the discussion on the climate impacts moving forward as much as possible. So what I'm going to focus today are 5 different families of solutions that in my lab we have been working on. They are all more or less innovative nanotechnologies in different phases, from my PhD down when I was an assistant prof. Now that I direct a bigger group of people, we are able to execute a bit more extra work. But I'm actually characterizing my presentation in these 5 big categories. The world of latent thermal energy storage and phase change material is going to be our first category, and you're going to see a dotted line at the bottom right of the presentation just to showcase how we progress. Then I'm going to speak about very quickly the world of super innovative insulating products. The reality is that we need to try to get away from a lot of material usage and a lot of actual impacts, and we need to try to understand how we can have slim material with high performance. In that world, we are going to also speak a bit about innovative foams. I've been working quite a lot of foams, not really that used in Europe, but by far the most used insulating materials both in Asia as well as in the United States and Canada. And then last but not least, I'm going to speak about the interaction between material and solar energy and the opportunity for trying actually to make sure that our cities are cooler and cooler by retroreflective, thermochromic, super cool materials in our last couple of categories. So, first of all, thermal energy storage. Historically, our building codes have been written in order to push people to put more and more insulation. Our building envelopes have always looked at that, how we can make thicker insulating walls, how we can make, glass windows that have extra panes, extra thickness, extra actually layers. But the reality is that although sometimes these extra layers are working perfectly, and they're probably working perfectly in some remote, rigid climates, the reality is that a lot of times we don't need to use that much materials anymore. We need to try actually to understand how we can interact with the weather in a smart way, but also in a more passive way. So the reality is that while building codes often push for R value, there is actually an increasing demand in codes, but also in practice, to understand the value of thermal storage and specifically innovative ways to do thermal mass. We are in a fantastic building with a couple of meters thick walls, so we have actually the perfect sense of the thermal mass value. I mean, we are not actually in a room that is air-conditioned, but still we are comfortable at 10 a.m. on July the 2nd. So that's really the value of thermal mass, trying to kind of mitigate the fluctuation that the weather sometimes expose our building. Now, we can do that by being in a castle like the KM in Kenya, but we can also do that by using some innovative approaches to take advantage of boundary conditions. Just to give you an example, I've been living in Toronto, a place that does a lot of thermal storage in a sensible way because there's a district heating and a district cooling using the frozen water of Lake Ontario in the middle of the summer. So the majority of the downtown of Toronto still these days has a district cooling by basically having water pipes. They go into the lake, come back like chilly water, and they're used for the air conditioning system of the towers of Toronto. But that's really unique for Toronto and is not really that common. Although we all know the power of ice, we all have been using ice on summer to cool down some water. And the reality, even my grandmom, without knowing anything about building physics, was capable of understanding if you put water into the freezer, you freeze some ice, and that ice can actually help to cool down a lot of actually water with a small quantity of ice. From a building physics perspective, that's really the value of the thermal storage capability and the thermal energy that is required to do a phase change. And so there has been actually attention over the years in trying to understand if this phase change can be used to stabilize the temperature of a building. Basically, by introducing material that can do what we call these days a solid-to-solid phase change. So basically, a phase change that without melting anything, not really envelope melting, but basically being able to have the same phase change material remaining solid even in the liquid phase, we can try actually to introduce these materials in a lot of building elements. Now, the world of phase change materials is, probably, even skyrocketing in publication over the last 20 years. And I want to confess that the world is big. There are a lot of families of materials, and I'm not expert of, a lot of these. I don't work that much with salt. I don't work that much with alcohols, but I work quite a lot with paraffines materials. So, but again, I want to make sure you keep actually in mind this photograph because, they will become later useful. So the world of paraffines has been basically used in a lot of materials for many reasons. But the majority of these kind of paraffines are useful for a couple of reasons that are pretty, important to discuss. Number one, they're easy to tune in the temperature they want to do the phase change. So basically, these are opportunities to try actually to design envelope systems and building elements that are tunable for different places, for different buildings. And number two, last but not least, they're pretty stable. I mean, they come with a bit of extra cost in some way, but they're stable. They don't go into all those challenges that alcohol gets sold set. They are not, for example, corrosive for other materials. They don't really do what we call the subcooling effects of other actually phase change materials. So they basically melt and freeze at the same temperature. A lot of the other material have this kind of shift of the two different temperature. And so they've been used in a lot of actually products these days. So in my group, we've been basically working quite a lot on mortar, concrete, plaster, cement, and tiles. That's basically the 5 big categories we have been working on. We have been introducing phase change material in small quantity in cement and plaster to trying actually to design better envelopes with more thermal mass, although they are lightweight materials and lightweight panels. So the solar project that, for example, I presented you, kind of 5 minutes ago, had concrete tiles that were 8 millimeter and 1 centimeter thick, but were full of phase change material, and we used those kind of latent thermal storage to stabilize a lightweight construction. Just to give you an example, this was the house that you saw a few years back. They won the Solar Decatur in 2013. You can see the floor tile are basically this kind of typical tile. If you look at them, they don't really seem different from any other tile. But the real value of those kind of tiles was to stabilize the thermal temperature behaviors of the material by basically, unfortunately, the graph is not really that clear, but you can get actually the sense of this phase change in the left bottom side of the picture, as well as you can get actually the sense that on the right, you have this kind of stabilization of temperature once you start putting this phase change material. And clearly we worked quite a lot on optimizing this material. The material were designed for North America. The competition was done in Europe, so we had to, in China, then this house actually went back to Europe and is now actually part of an European Union university. And so basically you have this understanding that we need to optimize the envelopes thanks to this kind of new material. So a lot of material research also needs to kind of be framed for a specific solution. And this is probably one of the first key message that I want to deliver. With a lot of innovation, we have a lot of potential, but unfortunately, it's hard to find a potential that is applicable everywhere with the same quality and with same outcomes at the end of the day. So clearly, I mean, we can go over and over in this discussion, but the reality is that phase change material obliges us to do customized work for specific climates, which is, a shift in the paradigm of a lot of, the building technology of the last 30 years. So for example, over the last few years, we've been working on plaster and gypsum panels for lightweight construction in Toronto. We patented a product that was used in some of the towers that you have seen in one of the first slides. I mean, this is not necessarily a new concept. To be honest, currently in the market, there are a lot of different products that are using PCM in gypsum plaster and gypsum boards. But the reality we try, something is happening. Here we are. So we've been trying actually to overcome some of the limitation by basically having products that are tunable, so you can go on Google these days, you can buy the market, and you can go basically buying the panel that is more fitting to the specific location of that weather. Now, very similar, we've been working on including thermal storage into the whole of a lot of the concrete slabs that are so common in North America. So a lot of those lightweight construction, they're basically prefabricated concrete panels in walls as well as in floor. So we've been using those kind of walls to fill and do a sort of preheating, pre-cooling, and enhancing the flexibility of the energy demand of this building by basically taking advantage of the extra availability of energy in the middle of the day and shifting the demand from the peak times into the off-peak times quite often. We also worked on mixing different PCM. I mean, the tunability, it's one aspect of the thermal storage, but another aspect is that we basically make buildings for winter and summer, so we need to try to understand how our buildings with more extra thermal mass are valuable in summertime, but are not a penalty in wintertime when you need to actually to warm up. This is another critical aspect in climates where the winter is as severe as it is the summer. I mean, some actually places have this kind of great situation where the weather has more or less the same kind of impact in summer and winter time. But if you come, for example, in Toronto, you can have, just yesterday was 35 degrees Celsius, but then it's clearly a minus 35 degrees Celsius in the middle of the winter. So really you start having this continental issue when it comes to tunable materials. And we worked, I'm not going to present detailing this kind of work, but we've been working quite a lot on putting PCM next to mechanical system and air conditioning system. So last year we patented a new radiant panel. It's basically a ceiling radiant panel, so it's used for post-retrofitting buildings. But basically the unique side of this panel is that the microchannel of the radiators is basically embedded in a PCM layer. And what we basically are using this panel for is to trying to, again, shift the peak from the daytime to the nighttime or similar thing. We also have been working a bit on the circularity of PCM. Sometimes paraffines are, I would say, not the most environmental friendly materials. So we've been working quite a lot on bio-PCM. So these are fatty acid materials, are waste of the food industry. Basically, the pork industry has nothing to do with this. And we've been trying actually to use this kind of fatty acid in order to make building materials, specifically thermal energy storage in a latent form in building material. So this project, it's actually going very well. We have a lot of products and a lot of attention from the industry. And this also gives another take-home message. The coupling between industry, the food industry with the building industry can represent an opportunity that we haven't yet fully explored so far across the globe. And clearly, you know, the work with this kind of material is a bit of more material science. You need to understand how organic materials that are coming from the, you know, porks or coming from, you know, the agricultural fields are more stable or, you know, are as stable as possible compared to oil-based, you know, PCM. But that's basically been going quite well, and, you know, there is a lot of value in that. Now, in the interest of time, I'm going to move to the second topic, just to highlight what's going on in super insulating materials. So if you're using mineral wool or fiberglass, you basically need multiple centimeters of insulation to insulate your wall. Now, on the other side, we all have an oven in our house, and in the oven there are 300 degrees Celsius, and, you know, outside the oven, a centimeter far from the center of the oven is basically room temperature. So we know how to make super insulating materials. We know how to make sure that in the freezer you can have minus 20, but a centimeter outside the freezer you have plus 20 degrees. Now, the challenge is how can we make sure that we have super insulating, you know, walls, super insulating roof, super insulating floor. So the reality is that there is potential to make this kind of product that are so far being used in other kind of industry, freezer, oven, you know, NASA exploration, and so on and so forth, also for building. So I've been working quite a lot on aerogel for the last 15 years. This was really actually the topic of my PhD, so it goes back a few years, I need to be honest. But the topic has been evolving over the years and keeps actually being promising. So the world of aerogel is not a new world. The patent goes back to 1931, so 1 century old patent. Not really used for many years because it was extremely expensive. So we used aerogel in small quantity in niche areas. But then over the years, we have been learning how to make this aerogel to be more affordable, more sustainable, and also more economically feasible. Now, the principle behind aerogel is basically you do a vacuum in a structural material. We are basically removing the possibility for the motion of the air to move, and by removing that possibility, you are stopping the convective heat transfer within the thickness of the material. So this principle is more or less simple, and we all know that, especially the people that use gel in the air, they know what an aerogel is, because we put the gel that is wet in the air, and you get out of your hotel room, and basically all the liquid component of the gel evaporates, and then your air have this kind of stick behavior and solid behavior. That's basically the gel with an evaporation that is natural. And when the evaporation of the liquid component is natural, you don't generate a lot of insulating properties. But if the evacuation of the gel is done in some specific ways, and these days in my lab we're doing a lot of evaporation of the liquid in microwaves, so basically typical microwaves, instead of warming completely opaque in some way on the right, but also it could be completely transparent, or I would say translucent. And that aerogel has a lot of potential for insulating products. It's not really a new topic. There are already some products in the market. This is just a kind of, you know, screenshot of some of the competitive products you can find in the market, depending on the countries. And basically, these are materials that are extremely insulating with a thickness of 5, 6, 7, 8 millimeters. So the reality is you can start doing prefabrication of panels that are thin, easy to apply, lightweight, but still extremely highly insulating. And we've been using these kind of materials in a lot of different kind of fields, from windows, both in the glazed part as well as in the frame, but also in mortar, concrete, plaster, and all the material we saw previously. Because clearly we like to play with materials, and I have a lot of kids, to be honest, so a lot of, even my kids are these days playing sometimes with aerogel, so they really like to do this. The mom does the pasta with the pizza, and the kids do the aerogel with a bunch of actually plaster stuff. So beyond the joke, the reality, this is really what we've been doing over the years with aerogel. You can see some of my PhD students playing a bit, here, let's go here. Some of my students on the photos on the right playing with aerogel and plaster, trying to lower as much possible the thermal conductivity of these products, generating this kind of plaster or plasterboards, and unfortunately the screen is not ideal, but they look very similar to hydraulic plaster, but they are extremely more insulating than hydraulic plaster. When I'm saying extremely, I mean something that is in the range of minus 70% in the thermal conductivity. So something that goes typically in the range of 0.81 bar meter Kelvin becomes something that goes into range of 0.1 meter Kelvin. So quite successful with a small actually aspect that we've been working over the last few years, which is the aging of these products. When you put the gel in your hair, you know that a couple of days later, you don't have actually the same amount of gel that you had at the beginning. So the stability of a gel and an aerogel is one of the concerns that is often critical when it comes actually to the building products. So we worked quite a lot over the last few years to try to stabilize these materials to keep them, 20, 30, 40 years of life expectation. That's what we want actually our buildings to do, and that's what we've been working on with a lot of, kind of studies that for lack of time, and I'm not going to go into the details, but yeah, long story short, I'm going to show you just the results. Imagine, if you can read, that on the x-axis is the years of execution of those products, and then on the y-axis are basically the thermal property of these products. So you can see over the years, they haven't shown significantly change these days. Here you can see on the bottom right, the 70, 80, and 90% aerogel content in plaster, and you can see how the materials are very stable over the years of execution. And last but not least, we've been using this kind of gel in a lot of the products. So just to give an example, all the window frames and all the window glazing portion of the atrium of Solatrium, this house that actually won the Solar Decathlon, were filled with aerogel. So we also have been trying to look at companies that are interested in using this material in some of their products in order to help the transfer of this technology into the real market. Third concept, super insulating foams. Now, the foam is an exploding industry, and we want actually the foam to be an expanding industry for many reasons, but basically because we want our buildings to be more insulated. But unfortunately, foams are really environmentally impactful. Somehow, we discovered, even before the Montreal Protocol, that foams were responsible for a lot of negative consequences. We keep actually pushing the boundaries of the environmental performance of these foams in air conditioning systems, for example. We are pushing the idea to get away from any actually fluorocarbon presence in these kind of foams. So we've been working quite a lot on foams that are completely free of carbon, completely free of fluoro, completely free of any environmental impact, but more importantly, completely free from being damaged over the years. Foams, unfortunately, you can probably test in some of the old chair, with the years they tend to degrade, so they tend to actually kind of decompose naturally. So the foam is not necessarily a stable material, especially if you want to put into the buildings and you want that material to be there for 2, 3, 4 decades. So we have been working quite a lot in trying, so the graph, theoretically, imagine with me the graph. There is the temperature behaviors on one axis, there is relative humidity and aging on the other axis, and there is thermal conductivity properties on the third axis. So what you see in this graph are basically studies done over the years of foams that have been used in place in some real products, and we have been monitoring these kind of new foams over the years to try to understand which kind of foam degrades the most, which kind of foam is more stable, and why are those famous foams often used, because they're often unfortunately very good at the beginning, but they degrade quite quickly. And this is quite I think a critical aspect that we need to understand. We not only build buildings for certifying a real new products, but we want also to make building to be certifiable 100 years later, as we used to do in historical construction. The reality, a lot of our buildings, they lose too quickly their performance versus the historical construction were very stable in their performance. So we've been working quite a lot in stabilizing the behaviors and trying to understand how humidity doesn't stick into the foams, how the aging doesn't really get impacting the mechanical property of the foam, and how this can be usable. Now, I realize I'm the only person separating you from a coffee, so I'm trying actually to do the last couple of bullet points in a decent speed way. And what we've been working quite a lot with our approach these days is also, the role of new nanotechnology in fighting or trying to mitigating the impact of climate change. This is severe across the globe, but it's severe especially when you live in a densely built city with millions of people all together. The graph on the right is clearly a satellite picture, a leader picture for Toronto. You see the lake. You can see why people want to go to the lake. And you also understand that unfortunately people don't have the power often to go to the lake, and they need to be stuck in those buildings. I was reading this morning, and apparently yesterday Malaga is 49 degrees Celsius, and Rome wasn't really even much better. It was actually 43 degrees Celsius. So you understand what it means when all the surfaces accumulate so much energy, they re-radiate overnight. You pretend to go out for night, and you pretend to be cooler in the night, and actually you get this kind of night effect of the heat wave that actually arrives a few hours later from the sun peak. And this is not necessarily something that is happening only during the peak season of July. It's actually happening across the year. It's actually happening more in winter time than it's happening in summertime. Sometimes we don't realize because we are still often, paying attention too much in countries such as North America, where the winter, heat waves are probably something beneficial somehow because they are basically lowering a bit the heating demand. But the reality is that imagine this picture when you go into places where even the winter time is problematic. And just to give you the sense of how problematic it is, when I moved to Canada, it wasn't that many years ago, and Canada, in the ASHRAE definition, was climate zone number 6. Right now, it's been moved in climate zone number 5, and it's very close, basically in the next 2 or 3 years. If you look at the records of Toronto, it will be in climate zone number 4. So it's interesting that we keep our building be classifying, being built according to standards that are old. And the reality is that the reality of what's happening in the real life is quite different from what actually we wanted to have. So even if I was working in Canada, a place where eventually a bit of it will not be a penalty in wintertime, we worked a few years back on the possibility of material with an high albedo, but with colored components. So long story short, instead of creating these Greek Santorini effects of everything white to reflect a lot of radiation, we were interested in understanding how we could make together material that were colored, but they were basically capable of reflecting in the infrared spectrum of the radiation. Now, this is not necessarily a super new concept. If you work in Ferrari, they know exactly this kind of concept. And the reason why they know it is because everybody wants a red Ferrari or a black Ferrari. None of you will ever actually buy a white Ferrari. But then on the other side, if you live in Dubai and you want a Ferrari, you probably want to have a black Ferrari, but needs to be cool inside the Ferrari while you're driving. So the reality is that there are other industries that are advancing more than the built environment to kind of make sure that the material can be colored, but can be highly reflective. Again, they absorb the visible component of the spectrum, but they reflect all the infrared component of the spectrum. And the infrared component of the spectrum is where you have the thermal energy. And that's really the value of a lot of these materials. Remaining colored, because not always architects want everything white. If you work in Santorini, fine, but in a lot of other places, people are really expecting colored materials. And last but not least, they are more stable with the time. A white requires you to be painted constantly, often, which is probably not the case if you want to have a skyrock in New York. That's not probably what you want in terms of maintenance of the color of your envelope. As well as we worked on what we call retroreflective colored cool materials. So the concept is quite simple. You put some microsphere, and they do more or less the safety jacket that you have in your car. Basically, the lights arrive, gets re-reflected twice until it gets back into the same direction of arrival. So it's a concept that is used in a lot of other applications. If you have those kind of safety clothes, they're very common. Lights are in one direction, gets reflected in the same direction, but we haven't really used it that much in buildings. Now, in building, they have a potential that is gigantic. Because if you are in Santorino and you paint a building with white, the lights arrive against you, but you basically are reflecting the same lights to another opposite building. So the cool materials in the way in which we have been taught over the last few years is basically get away my energy, but push into another building. So it's really at the overall, in an holistic sense, you're not saving them much energy. It's okay if you do cool roof because you basically reroute it back to the sky. But if you do like a cool vertical facade, you're basically reflecting to another building. So our interest has been, can we develop materials that are colored, but they are retro-reflecting? So they're basically taking the sun energy, arriving against them, and re-reflecting back to the sky, instead of reflecting to this opposite poor building that has nothing to do with your desire to remain cool. So we worked on these kind of materials. You can see a sense of it. They are all colored, they are retro-reflecting. You can get actually a reflectivity curve on the right, and are effective. So they are basically promising some good properties moving forward. Now, last but not least, we have been also working a bit on thermochromic materials. Now, thermochromic are things that we have all idea about. I don't have my glasses with me out there, but we know what photochromic is for those people that have transitioning lens. We know this kind of idea of dynamic behaviors in a lot of applications. But thermochromicity is something that we haven't that much explored in building envelopes. In reality, the opportunity to have a material that is darker in winter time, where the temperature is low and absorbs energy, and becomes wider in summertime, where basically the arrival of the energy is unwanted, and you want to reflect away that energy, it's quite actually new to the field. And it's new in the sense that we have some of these materials, but they're not stable, and sometimes they're not necessarily super effective. So we worked quite a lot on these kind of materials, both for opaque wall as well as for transparent wall. I don't have actually time necessary to go into details. I will stick around for the next couple of days. If you want, actually, we can discuss more about this project. But we have been already doing an entire skyscraper in Toronto full of this coating. And last but not least, we worked a couple of years ago to do what we call now a thermochromic post-appliance retrofitting application from inside the building. So basically, this is my hand, as you can see on the left. What's happening is that basically we were painting with this coating existing windows, and the coating is basically highly selective and it's transparent when it's winter time and becomes a bit more opaque in the summertime. So basically the idea is that you provide some level of dynamic behaviors to the same glass that you use it to have without necessarily removing all the windows, necessarily interrupting the usage of the building by basically going to the building and trying to do a post-retrofit in-field application of these coatings. And we've been working quite a lot in my lab. You see on the top right of the photo, you had actually a sense what we do these kind of coatings. We apply the coating in real field. We do a bit of monitoring of a bunch of properties. We try to study how to optimize these coatings. We worked quite a lot on coatings that are more environmental friendly, get rid of silica, which is not necessarily something that we wanted. Get rid of vanadium, another material that is a bit expensive and we wanted actually to try to avoid. And last but not least, I'm going to conclude by saying we are also trying to take this application and expand in some real-life projects. So unfortunately, as you heard, I left Toronto. I'm part-time in Toronto, but I returned to Europe a couple of years back. So the lab now is basically continued by a couple of previous PhD students of mine that they now hired by the University of Toronto as an assistant prof. But what we've been working now is trying to expand the application of this material, not to single buildings in downtown Toronto, but to network of buildings to try to understand how this network can be more impactful. So I think actually I took a lot of your time and patience. I want to actually clearly acknowledge all the sponsors that over the last 20 years, directly and indirectly, without any fault, but they basically supported this kind of research. So I take all responsibility for the negative side, but I need actually to acknowledge their valuable contribution. It's actually my mail at the bottom of this slide, and thanks again for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity and the pleasure to present my work. Thank you.
Yeah, I expect. Thank you very much, Umberto, for your presentation. If anyone has a question, I think, of course, Umberto will be with us these 2 days, so you are free to talk with him. So thank you very much again for your presentation. So now we have the coffee break. We are running a bit late, as you have noted, probably. So the coffee break will be there where, at the entrance. So we will try to keep it short as possible, but I think it's time that we have a break. So thank you very much to the keynotes, and please enjoy your coffee. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? You have muted your microphone. Okay. Unmute. Okay. Speak, please. Can you hear me? Almost. Can you hear me, sir? Sir? Okay. Μπορείτε να δυναμώσει λίγο το λάπτοπ. Ναι, δυνάμωσε το λίγο, να ακούσω. Τη μουσική. Δυνάμωσε το. One second. Sir, 1 second. Let me adjust the volume. Δυνάμωσε. Can you speak, sir? Okay, I can hear you now. Nice. Okay. So, okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm adjusting the volume. Okay, check. Audio, USB. Check, check. Okay, nice. I can hear you. I will turn the camera. Καλά είναι εκεί, καλά είναι εκεί. Απλά πάλι καλά. Okay. Έλα, άστον, καλά είναι. Okay. I think we are ready. So, this one is the main room. Yeah. What's your name? Okay. See you later, Mr. Mentri. Okay? See you later, sir. See you later, okay? Okay. Σήμερα. Λοιπόν, τελείωσε εδώ. Ναι. Ωραία. Ναι. Τώρα σου πω. Δώμη μισό λεπτό.
Lena? Okay. So, we start the first session. Urban sustainability and smart cities. We have the first presentation, the paper of techno-economic analysis on the electrification of heating demand at community level based on the building archetype approach. So is Mr. Brignotti here? Mrs. Brignotti, sorry. Please, of the time. So I will give you a notice maybe 3 minutes before. Okay? Okay. Thank you very much. And the floor is yours. You have to press.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Annalisa Brignotti, and today I'm presenting this research. So let's start with the motivation of this study. As you may know, buildings and the residential sector accounts for more or less 40% of CO2 emissions in Europe. So understand how it's possible to decarbonize this sector is really important. And to do this, also an economical analysis is a key. So this study evaluates how different electrification levels and different funding levels impact on the investment profitability. And the case study of this study is Maynooth, that is a city in Ireland. So this research has three mainly objectives. The first one is to evaluate the technical, economical, and environmental impact of the decarbonization of a residential sector. The second objective is to assess the impact of different electrification and funding levels. And the third one is to identify the break-even incentive level that must be used to do this decarbonization. So, as I was saying before, the case study used in this research is Maynooth. Maynooth is an Irish city with more or less 70,000 of residents and with 5,700 of residential buildings. In this study, we have divided the buildings in three main buildings archetypes. The first one is archetype 1, where there are buildings constructed between 1976 and 1990. The second archetype is archetype 2, with buildings between 1990 and 2005. And these archetypes, these buildings are the biggest part of Maynooth. And the third buildings archetype is archetype 3, and where there are the newer buildings of the city. So the baseline used for this study is buildings with a fossil fuel energy source to provide the heating or the cooling load. And more or less 85% of the total buildings in Maynooth uses a gas boiler. That's why we have selected as the baseline the building plus the gas boiler. And we have modeled the building and the gas boiler. And we have decided to take three different electrification scenarios. The first scenario is the building plus the heat pump, just like this. The second scenario is a bit more complicated, is the building plus the heat pump, and also with the integration of PV panels and battery energy storage system, used only if is available some surplus of energy from the PV. And the third scenario is scenario 3, building plus the heat pump plus PV panels and the battery. But this time the battery is controlled with a smart control algorithm that I'll show you now. So this is the flow chart of the third scenario. And what you can see in this slide is that the algorithm at the beginning computes the if there is surplus energy from the PV panels. If yes, this energy is used to charge the battery. If no, the strategy is to check if there is still energy demand, and if there is still energy demand, we will buy it. We will use the energy stored in the BESS if it's available, otherwise we will buy this energy from the grid. And if there is no energy demand, the algorithm will check which time of the day is. So usually if we are simulating a night hour, that is the period during of lower electricity tariffs, the system will charge the battery during night. As I was saying at the beginning, is when we are talking about electrification and decarbonization is really important. Many aspects are important. One of them is the economical aspect. And so for this study, we have done a Monte Carlo analysis. This Monte Carlo analysis, here you can find some of the main details of the simulation. We have done 10,000 of Monte Carlo simulation. We have taken an investment time span of 10 years, and we have done an analysis varying the electrification levels from 10 to 100% of the community, and the the founding levels from 10 to 100. In this last table, you can find the main economical parameters that we have selected with their variability. So we have considered the CAPEX, the OPEX, and also the electricity and gas tariffs and their variability for this analysis. Now we can move forward to the main results of this study. So in these slides, the three plots that you can see are the plots of the net present value for a fixed electrification level. So 20, 40, and 60% electrification of the total community in minute. And what we can see is that for all of the three scenarios, the net present value with the increasing of the public funding is increasing. And what we can see is that public support is more impactful at higher electrification levels, as you can see in the last plot of the slide. Now we can analyze these results. These are also net present value plots. And what you can see is that on the x-axis we have the electrification level, and the curves are for a fixed founding level. The result is similar to the result that we have seen in the slide before, but now what is changing is that depending on the scenario, for example, for scenario 1, that is the first graph on the left of the slide, with low public funding, we have a decrease on the net present value. But for example, for the scenario 3, even if the public funding is really low, the net present value is increasing. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, one of the main goals of this study was to understand the break-even point and to evaluate which is the best public funding level for the community, but also for the state or the entity that is giving the money. So we have done this analysis with the Monte Carlo for each of the scenarios analyzed. And what we have found is that for scenario 1, the percentage of the break-even funding support is 30%. For scenario 2 is 34%. And for scenario 3 is 3%. That is really little. This highlights the importance of control the battery energy storage system, because if we have the technology, but if we are not using it in an appropriate way, it isn't useful for the system. So Now, I just wanted to conclude saying that what we have understood is that higher level of electrification and higher level of public support improve the net present value, so the economic profitability of the investment. We have also understood that the break-even threshold obviously vary from scenario to scenario, and this is a baseline that can be used to understand the break-even incentives need for an energy community. Obviously, this study will be more complete with other scenarios, for example, just with the PV or just with the battery, and also with different type of control strategies. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for being very much on time. If I understood well, the break-even point in the third scenario is just 3% of the public funding?
Yes.
Okay, that's very impressive.
Yes, it's really a little result. Probably adding some cost for the control strategy, it will be increased, but we have done some simulation and it doesn't increase too much. And usually when you have the battery, you have also the possibility to control it. So, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. I think we will have some time for questions at the end of the session.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now I would like to ask Mrs. Carla Montagut to come to the stand. Her presentation is entitled Towards Carbon Neutral Neighborhoods, a case study in Valencia, Spain.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm going to present the results of a research work that started in the Rest for City project and also is done in the framework of the Chair of Energy Transition in Cities at UPB in Valencia. Okay, we all know the problem that we have on our shoulders. We have to achieve the challenging goal of achieving climate neutral cities. In this case, the city of Valencia has been selected by European Commission to be one of these 100 European cities to become climate neutral as a lighthouse. And it was also selected to have this climatic contract, which means that the plans that the city has provided, has shown to the Commission, are reliable, no? to try to be. Also, I would like to highlight that what does it mean climate neutral, carbon neutral? It means that the balance between the CO2 emitted and the CO2 absorbed or compensated is zero, no? So these greenhouse gas emissions can be calculated taking into account different scopes. Just most of you probably are familiar with it, but just to remind you that scope 1 is direct emissions, for instance, for burning fossil fuels. Scope 2 means indirect emissions for buying electricity, okay, for instance, when the mix is not 100% renewable. And scope 3 has to do with all the rest. It means probably consumption of goods, waste treatment, transportation, etc. Okay? So just to remind you, we are going to focus in this research that I'm going to present only in scope 1 and 2 because these are the two scopes that are under the climatic contract for the city of Valencia for 2030-2040. Okay, So the aim is to try to help the city to achieve this goal by means of developing a decarbonization roadmap. The tools that we have used are the ones that I'm presenting here, mainly in order to, to get the data from the city regarding the electricity consumption. We use DataDis. In order to see which is the available rooftop area in the buildings, we use QGIS. In order to assess the solar potential, we use PVGs and also Homer to identify which is the best configuration for the rooftops. And then finally, also to measure some distances that we need, we use Google Earth. This is more or less the methodology or the steps that we follow. So let's say that we first understand what is, we are going to promote the decarbonization roadmaps at the neighborhood level, because each neighborhood is different. Valencia is a very compact city, but the neighborhoods are different one to the other, so no, the same solution fits all the neighborhoods. So this is why we decided to use the scale at neighborhood level. So before, what we have to do is to understand the neighborhood, then we carried out a diagnosis, doing a greenhouse gas inventory, then we proposed some mitigation measures to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions, and then we said, we propose how these measures should be implemented every year, in a given time period. And then, of course, we do this balance to see the decarbonization potential, and we develop economic analysis to prioritize different measures. So Benica Lab is the neighborhood that we have focused on, but this methodology is replicable to other neighborhoods in the city of Valencia. It's quite a dense neighborhood if we compare it with Valencia. Valencia has around 6,000 inhabitants per square kilometer, and Benica Lab is one of the 6 most densely populated neighborhoods, with 4 times, let's say, the one for the city. And just to let you know that it's mostly residential, it's on the northwest part of the city, and 50% of the buildings are quite old. They were built before the 80s, between the 40s and the 80s. So you can see that the energy consumption in buildings will be quite a neck of the bottom. Regarding the greenhouse gas inventory, just focusing on scope 1 and 2, we can see that it's around 66 kilotons of CO2 per year. This is in 1 year. And you can see that it's mostly due to the private transport. Even if it is well connected to the city with some lines of the bus, there is still quite a lot of use of private transport that burns fossil fuels. Regarding also the electricity consumption is the second neck of the barrel, I would say, in this greenhouse gas inventory. The mitigation measures that we are going to propose mostly focus in proposing more sustainable transportation, also promoting the hybrid and electric vehicles, not only private but also public. We are going to propose also retrofitting measures for the old buildings, also 100% LED in public lighting, which is in the plan of Valencia. And also we have focused in this study in analyzing the gas consumption in the buildings, replacing the cooking stoves that use gas by induction electrical ones. Providing that we are going to promote also the use of renewable, high implementation of renewable energy by means of photovoltaics in the rooftops. Then the emissions, the rest of the emissions that cannot be reduced will be compensated with nature-based solutions in the form of green areas that already exist, and something new that was analyzed in this study, which is the photobioreactors. So this is more or less, I already did the summary, so just going quick because I know that we are running out of time. So just to let you know, here we have the numbers of more or less we are going to propose installing as much photovoltaics as there are roof available in the city. So it's around, in this neighborhood, so it's around 42 more or less kilowatt peak. And I'm going to go right to the solution. Okay, this is the roadmap that we propose. So you see that we are more or less in 2026. When this research work was done, we were in 2024. So, but let's say that more or less we are on our way, because we have checked this. and Valencia City is listening to us, which is also good. So we check that this is quite realistic for 2026. And then you see that we propose most of the measures to be already implemented in 2035, and just regarding the public transport, you know, let's say that it will be finally implemented in 2040, and also regarding the PV installation, we have been conservative because of course it depends on the budget that the city has, so we have to be realistic with this. But in the end, you see that what we are able to do with this, trying to be as realistic as possible and talking to the city hub members of the ecosystem, let's say that we would be able to reduce the carbon emissions by, you know, each year in total 42,000%. This is the decarbonization potential. And putting all together all the measures that are related to the buildings, not only retrofitting, but also the nature-based solutions, also the gas stoves replacement, and the LED lights, etc. The LED lights is apart, let's say, but you can see that if we group all the measures that are related to buildings are the ones that have a greater impact in terms of reduction of the CO2 emissions, followed by the transportation. You see that public lights, even if they have an impact, it's not so high compared to the others. Then this is another way of making the summary. So in total, we would be reducing 41% the carbon emissions in this one, scope 1 and 2. And that means 13 kiloton of CO2 per year. Then we did an economic analysis, and we took into account not only per year, but also the lifespan of the different components that we would install in the city, no? And then that means we did this analysis, it would need around 190 millions of euros in the capex. And the cost, if we analyze which is the most profitable, let's say, investment for the city in terms of euros per that it would cost divided by the amount of tons of CO2 that we would be able to save, let's say that the cheapest one will be the public lighting with not a negligible saving. It's not a negligible one, and it's very cheap, so let's do it. And then, of course, the photovoltaics, even if it's not the cheapest, but it's not the most expensive one, you can see here that the impact in total of CO2 saved is the highest, so it's also convenient. Here we can see in a different way which is the impact of the different measures. So you see the public lighting is the lowest one, and then followed by the photovoltaics, which is quite interesting, as we already saw. The OPEX would be, just if you are interested, 19.4 million of euros, and the cost savings per year, thanks to these new implementation measures, because we are reducing the electricity consumption and also the gas consumption, among others, it's around 11.3 mega euros, no? Millions of euros. Anyway, I didn't put here the net present value, but it's negative. So we need public funding. That we didn't take into account, this public funding. So the conclusion is that we need public funding for this because we don't have, I mean, Valencia is poor, no? Spain is poor in general, we need this public investment. Also private, I think that private-public also could happen, no? With some industry. So conclusions. We have calculated the inventory in this Benica Lab neighborhood. Let's say that 80% of the emissions correspond to scope 1, mainly due to public transport and gas consumption in the buildings. Then scope 2, which is mainly electricity, would be 20% of the cake, so it's not the highest, also because our mix is quite renewable in Spain. Regarding the mitigation measures, we would be able to reduce 41% of the carbon potential. Being conservative, we could be more ambitious if we had more money, of course. Then we have concluded that thanks to the photovoltaics, this is the measure that we think that should be implemented massively. We should be able to save around 245,000 tons of CO2 after 25 years of lifetime. So then follow also by, trying to convert electric vehicles, this is in the law, no? New vehicles in 2035 have to be electric from 2035 on. And then public lighting seems very cheap and also quite having an impact in the CO2 savings, but it requires quite a lot of investment, no? So let's say that there will be a compromise solution, and of course we need, if we want to be successful, and this is how the city is working, looking for funding in many different ways. And this is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this thorough study of this neighborhood. And well, for the photovoltaics, I'm not a mechanical engineer, but I know that often the network is very much occupied during the peak times that we have solar energy, and oftentimes it's not the grid cannot buy or cannot absorb. So is it a question of investing in the network more, or should this be calculated if we are investing in photovoltaics? So the cost of upgrading the network, so that it's able to...
Yeah, this should be done, of course, but what I think is that we should also invest in storage. In electrical storage. I think that the solution should go on that way as well. And also, because also we have to adapt the demand to the production and to analyze which is this demand in the different buildings, because the schools and the offices, these public buildings, let's say, they have a different demand compared to the residential ones. So we need to analyze this in terms of energy communities. So what I think is that the solution should go, okay, we need to make a storage. Of course, the public, the infrastructure needs to be upgraded in the whole country, not only in the city. But in terms of energy management in the city for these new photovoltaics coming, I think that the solution should start with municipal energy communities, and trying to make this balance between extra demand that is not needed in that type of use, residential or let's say service building, and where the demand is. So try to first do an optimization of this distribution, and then also store, as we already saw in the previous presentation. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to call Mrs. Ionescu. The presentation has a title of 100% renewable heating by 2033, Pathways for a French Urban Heating Network under Uncertainty and Flexibility.
Hello to everybody. I have the pleasure to present you an ongoing work with my colleagues from University Grenoble-Alpes, and which takes a closer look on how Grenoble metropolitan area tries to increase its decarbonization strategy to 100%, knowing that Grenoble is the second largest heating network in France, and already is producing heat with at 80% with renewables and recovered energy. First, let me remind that urban heating is an important part of the European Union energy transition, and in France, these networks deliver almost 25 terawatt-hour every year. Grenoble, which already has 80% of renewable, is facing many challenges, like uncertain demand, uncertain supply chains, and also uncertain regulatory frameworks which shift the economic balance from centralized schemes to decentralized ones. So in this context, we try to understand and to take into account the uncertainties and the constraints. And we want to see which may be the solutions to increase, after discussion with our stakeholders, to increase to 100% or even go beyond 100% in this area. In order to assess this changing environment and the new opportunities, we need proper instruments. And in order to do that, what we want to emphasize two main drivers of the decision to invest. On one side, we have the famous theory of real options, which says that arrival of new information creates option values. The real options theory can pair traditional methods by allowing the adjustment of parameters of a project by taking into account new information. And on the other side the idea of adaptive strategies and flexibility whenever there is uncertain demand. So what we do in our work, we analyze the transition to 100% renewable heating in Grenoble area. We create scenarios, and we try to evaluate under uncertainty the value of the strategic flexibility that the actors, the main players, may have. In order to do that, we use different strands of literature. Urban heating has been tackled in much of renewable literature, but with deterministic approach and qualitative approach. So there is room to introduce uncertainty and stochastic approach. We do that through insights from literature related to investment under uncertainty. And in order to construct our case studies, we use industrial reports and interviews with stakeholders. So our main contribution to the literature is to apply real options theory to heating networks under uncertainty. We consider demand uncertainty, fuel supply, risk in the chain, and of course, public funding. So which is the logic of our modeling? We start with a current heating mix, which is still containing fossil fuels and renewables, and the decision is, should we continue our decarbonization strategy, and which may be the best renewable heating targets. In order to do that, we make scenarios related to retrofitting existing units by using torrefied pellets, or considering utopic, but quite like an occasional nod to local culture and special reference, we can use walnut shell valorization, given that we have a lot in Grenoble. So in terms of assumptions, we consider an inverse demand function for heating, and the price of heating is linked to the quantity and is influenced by a multiplicative stochastic shock, described here by theta t, and the inverse demand function with respect to the quantity. The stochastic process, theta, is modeled for simplicity reasons, but it can be criticized by geometric Brownian motion in a discrete time. Here you have represented in the first graph what happens if we have a deterministic growth. We just say that the demand will increase by 1%, by 2% every year. In the second graph, you have the stochastic evolution, where we say that the demand will not just increase by 1% or decrease by 1%, we put volatility around the trend. This is what we are doing with the term sigma. What we do at each step of our analysis, at each decision node, we analyze the decision to invest by backward induction, and we try to capture at each node every year, which is the trade-off between waiting and investing. In such a way, we determine the value of the flexibility. And our net present value is going to be adjusted, amended, by considering the uncertainty and the value of the option to wait. So, because our case study is born from RES4City project, we applied this methodology to Grenoble. Here you can see that currently we have 6 power plants in Grenoble, from which there is still one, the plant from Poterne, which still is providing heat with at 70% by using coal. So the objective is to replace, to phase out the coal in the medium term. And in order to do that, the questioning with the local utility company was to construct some decarbonization scenario. One scenario is to construct a new biomass plant in the light of Biomax, which is a very new one, which was constructed 2 or 3 years ago. 3 years ago, sorry, which is very environmentally ambitious. Another scenario would be to refurbish existing power plants and use wood pellets. And the third one, as I said, use walnut shells, knowing that the first test of using walnut shells was done 10 years ago in Grenoble, where almost 80 tons of walnut shells were born, knowing also that they have more important calorific value than even wood. And last year, for information, 40 tons of walnut shells were burned. So this is a local resource, a very specific one. No, it's okay. It was someone. Okay, so our preliminary results show that constructing a new biomass plant is not justified under current levels of heat demand. The payback period is very high. It's very expensive. The second scenario, retrofit existing power plants. It is a low regret solution, which allows us in the medium term to increase the share of renewables, and that the valorization of walnut shell may be a niche solution, may function as a buffer, but may not scale, of course, alone because of the supply chain, which is unstable. It is very limited, but it can be a local solution in order to use it as a local resource. Here you have represented the decision trees obtained from real option thinking. The first line is representing the level of the demand, and the second line, the net present value, including the uncertainty. And you can see that in the first years, the option value of waiting is higher. The higher the level of the demand, the net present value can become positive. Of course, it takes a while. This justifies staged rollout and the idea of better coping with uncertainty and to take advantage of the flexibility of each step. And to conclude, so our main findings are that the cheapest solution for the moment, given the current demand, is to make use of existing power plants and to try to retrofit them. Constructing other biomass power plants may be very expensive, and given the variability of heating demand, given the demographic issues, renovation of building, electrification, or climate variability may not justify it. Walnut shell may be a promising solution, but cannot scale alone. So for the moment, we recommend the scenario 2 in order to phase out the coal. In order to extend our study, we aim to conduct a modern portfolio theory approach in the sense that we want to have an efficiency frontier of all these scenarios to understand the risks. Not only the net present value, but the risks which may be associated to each decision to invest. And of course, in our study for the moment, the life cycle analysis and the CO2 emissions are quite limited, but we aim to extend them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this thorough presentation, and also I found very interesting the combination of the mathematics behind the uncertainty and ambiguity. I can't understand them, but I think, I'm not, because it's not my field, but I think that's very, very new and very interesting. Just a question, is Grenoble heated by public heating? So this is a hot water, is a network of hot water for that heats all the buildings that is public, or I didn't, no.
The public is containing around 170 kilometers and about 100,000 housing equivalent.
Ah, okay. So a big part of the cities has public heating. Yes. But that's already an economy of scale, though. I mean,
yes,
it is an important investment. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And we'll have time for questions later. And so I'd like to call Mr. Aruta, and his presentation has a title of Life Cycle Assessment of Building Insulation Materials Across Italian Climatic Zones.
Thank you. I am Gerardo Mauro from Università degli Studi di Napoli Federico II. My presentation is about the life cycle assessment of building insulation materials. You know that buildings are a big piece of the cake of energy consumption and carbon emissions at world level, also at the European level. That's why there is the ambitious, you know that there is the ambitious goal, the challenge of a zero carbon building stock by 2050 in EU. When we speak about zero emission buildings, we usually focus on the operational stage of the building, on the building use. But in this way, there is the risk of pass the ball of energy consumption and carbon emissions to the other stages of building life cycles. For instance, the production stage, mainly the transportation stage, the end-of-life stage. Indeed, while standard buildings now are characterized by a low weight of embodied emissions, of embodied energy consumptions, when we think about zero emission buildings, the weight of embodied emissions clearly will increase. So to really design, to really achieve zero emission buildings, we need to reduce the carbon emissions in all stages of the building life cycle, starting from the construction stage to the end of life stage. That's why the goal of this work is the life cycle assessment of building insulation materials across different Italian climatic zones to understand the trade-off between global warming potential and the net present value of walls insulation. This work is in the frame of a bigger plan, which is the multi-objective optimization of public support, of public incentives to promote a deep building retrofit, a big building transition, considering both involved perspectives, the public actor and the private actor, people. The case study is a theoretical building of the Tabula project, which is representative of single-family houses built in Italy in the period 1961-1975. The building presents poor energy performance. The thermal transmittance of the building envelope components is quite high. The heating and cooling systems have low efficiency. We have standard systems, a boiler with radiators and a direct expansion multi-split system. And we simulated the buildings for different Italian climatic locations, from Palermo, which is in zone B, which is the warmest among the zones considered, to, in this case, Bologna, which is in zone E, which is the coldest one among the zones considered. So from zone B to zone E, the climate gets colder. This is the simulation and optimization framework. We consider the implementation of walls insulation, and the design variables, the decision variables, are the insulation type, the insulation material, and insulation thickness. Concerning the insulation material, we investigated 3 sample materials, EPS and rock wool, which are quite widespread, and hemp, to consider also a bio-based material with lower embodied emissions. From an economic point of view, we can see that EPS is the cheapest solution, while hemp is the most expensive one. Concerning thermophysical properties, we can see that EPS has the lowest thermal conductivity, so it's the best from an insulation point of view, but lower density, lower thermal mass, while the hemp has higher thermal conductivity, so lowest insulation property, but higher in thermal mass. Concerning the embodied GWP, so the embodied global warming potential, EPS is the worst, hemp is the best. Rock wool has intermediate performance between EPS and hemp. So these are the decision variables. The case study is the one I presented in the last slide. And the simulation framework is based on the automatic coupling between Energy Plus, which is our building simulation tool, and MATLAB, which is our optimization engine. We investigated all possible scenarios with insulation thickness between 0 and 14 centimeters with a step of 2 centimeters. And we performed simulations for all climatic zones. For each scenario, we investigated, we assessed the net present value of building insulation, and from an environmental point of view, the global warming potential, including embodied emissions and operational emissions. In particular, we assessed the reduction of GWP compared to the as-built building, to the baseline. And for all solutions, we investigated these objective functions. Concerning the results, this first slide only focus on embodied global warming potential versus net present value. all scenarios are represented. We use different markers for EPS, rock wool, and EMP, different colors for the climatic zones, from the warmest in blue to the coldest in violet, and also different marker sites for the thickness. In this slide, I also outlined the cost-optimal solution for each zone by using this red X. We can see, first of all, that for all climates, EPS, even if is the highest global warming potential embodied, so from an environmental point of view, is the worst solution considering only embodied solutions, it is the cost-optimal one for all considered zones, for all considered climatic zones. Why? Because of the lower investment cost, because of the lower thermal conductivity. In zone B, the insulation is not cost-effective because net present value is negative. In zone C, is poorly cost-effective. In particular, EMP is not cost-effective. The cost-optimal thickness for EPS and rock wool is around 10 centimeters. Concerning the coldest climatic zones, the cost-optimal insulation thickness for all solutions is the maximum considered 14 centimeters. Now let's focus on the performance of each insulation, starting from EPS. In particular, in this slide, I compare the cost-optimal thickness for each climatic zones with the minimum allowed thickness according to Italian law. Because in Italy, when you make thermal insulation of a building, you have to comply with the minimum threshold values of thermal transmittance as a function of the climatic zone. The allowed value of thickness are outlined in the figure. We can see that in zone B, the minimum allowed thickness is 6, while the cost-optimal one is 0 because insulation is not cost-effective. In zone C, the minimum allowed is 8, which is quite similar to the cost-optimal one. In zone D is 8, while the cost-optimal is around 12, 14. In zone E, the minimum is 10, while the cost-optimal is the maximum 1. So there is a satisfying agreement between these thickness values, and we highlight that in colder climates, the cost-optimal thickness tend to be higher compared to the minimum values. A similar situation is for rock wool, while for EMP there is a better agreement between cost-optimal thickness and the minimum allowed one because EMP is characterized by a lower thermal conductivity. Globally, for all materials, there is a good consistency between cost-optimal values and minimum allowed values, which is good because this means that the values of thermal transmittance according to Italian law follow a cost-optimal analysis. In this slide, in this figure, I also considered the operational global warming potential. So we represented the avoided total global warming potential considering both embodied and operational as a function of the net present value. First of all, we can see clearly that colder the climate, so going to left to right, higher is the net present value. It's clear because it's higher the energy consumption, and higher is the avoided GWP. An interesting result is that for each climatic zone, materials, the different materials have similar performance in terms of GWP, because the solutions provide similar GWP avoided compared to the baseline. In warmer climates, EMP is carbon optimal. Indeed, we can see the triangle here. So we have the highest GWP avoided. Why? Because in warmer climates, thermal mass is more important, EMP is higher thermal mass, and secondly, in warmer climates, the embodied carbon emissions have a higher weight compared to the operational emission, which is clear in this figure. In this figure, I represented the embodied GWP, the ratio between embodied GWP and the total avoided GWP. And we can see that in warmer climates, this ratio is clearly the higher because we have lower energy consumption. It can be also around 20%. while in colder climates, this ratio is quite small, usually lower than 3–4%. So, globally, let's say that operating GWP has higher weight, especially in colder climates, but in warmer climates, and also consider the impact of climate change, the embodied GWP, the embodied carbon emissions, will have higher impact on global GWP. Things can also change for zero-emission buildings, because when we speak about zero-emission buildings, we want to reduce operational energy consumption, operational carbon emissions. So also in this case, the embodied carbon emissions will have higher impact. So it will be more important to use insulation materials with low embodied GWP. So let's come to the conclusions. Concerning the application of walls insulation in different climates, we saw that clearly colder the climate, higher the net present value and avoided GWP. In Zone B, the insulation is not cost-effective, but can be carbon-effective. In Zone C, the cost-optimal thickness is similar to the carbon-optimal one, but we have low net present value, so public support is needed. In Zone D, the cost-optimal thickness, the carbon-optimal thickness are similar and tend to be the highest values, around 12–14 centimeters. Concerning the comparison among different insulation materials, we saw that EPS is the cost-optimal in all climates, and it's carbon-optimal in colder climates. While considering hemp, clearly now hemp has the lowest net present value, so there is the need of public support, but it's carbon optimal in warmer climates or considering zero-emission buildings or considering climatic change. So generally, there is the need of optimization concerning thermal insulation type and thickness as a function of climate and building typology. And there is also the need of optimizing public support energy policies in order to find the carbon optimal and cost optimal solutions as a function of climate and also building typology. That's why the future goal is to integrate such LCA life cycle assessment in a framework that we published about the optimization of public support, so public incentives, in order to address both private and public perspectives and to promote a real decarbonization of the building stock. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and sorry for mixing your name before. So I guess there is a room for new materials to be, for insulation materials that are carbon neutral for the colder climates, maybe, that are more, how to say, economically efficient than hemp, maybe.
Yes, there is also the room for, I think, warmer climates.
Mm-hmm.
Because in warmer climates, being energy consumption lower for heating, the weight on the embodied emissions can be higher.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, bio-based materials like hemp have a higher thermal mass, so
Mm-hmm.
they can be effective for also to reduce cooling demand. In this regard, when we consider climatic change, the outdoor temperature is expected to increase.
Mm-hmm.
So for residential buildings, we have the need to insulate the indoor environment from the external environment. By increasing the thermal resistance, by increasing the thermal capacity, as Professor Berardi said, using phase change materials. So I think that this is valid for residential buildings. For other destination use, like offices, like shops, where the internal gains are higher, maybe in that case, insulation can be risky and can cause indoor overheating and can be a problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. And sorry. And now our next presentation is online. That would be Mr. Ali Hay. Mehdi, can you hear us? Just a moment, we cannot hear you. Okay.
Please, if it is possible, give me the link to share my.
Yes, you can share your screen. You can share your screen. Okay, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you see my
Not yet.
screen?
Okay.
Now?
Yes,
Okay.
now we can see.
Yes. So, how I start the presentation? Let me. My presentation about the economic evaluation of a community-based wind park in the city of Genova that I have worked with the Professor Mathieu de Rose. I am a postdoctoral researcher in the Genova University, and also I am an associated professor in the Paris branch of the university in Iran. Until now, I have almost worked on 130 euro paper, and also I have worked with the MATLAB ES, Python, Homer, and Office software. This is my academic career and journey. Postdoctoral researcher in the Geneva University, researcher in the Bible University, Germany, associated and assistant professor in the Paris branch, Iran, and postdoctoral researcher in the Ontario University in Canada. Let's have a look of the system that you can see that, for example, we want to meet the electrical heating and cooling load and the domestic hot water heater loads by the wind turbine for the community with the 500 residential buildings in the Genoa city. That Genoa city is a city which is located in the northern parts of the Italy beside the sea. And also based on for example, my interview by several families in the Genova, I can obtain one program for electricity consumption for the medium class family in the Genova city. For example, TV, washing machine, iron, vacuum cleaner, LED lights, refrigerator, and freezer. And that you can see the power consumption and also average daily usage in hours. And based on that, I use the Homer software for calculation the maximum, minimum, and average electrical consumption in different months of the year from the January until the December. After that, for example, what this electrical consumption solely for one residential building, so I use the Monte Carlo method to estimation the electrical consumption for the 500 households. That also you can see the difference between the simple multiplication and also Monte Carlo simulation. And also you can see that we have a considerable difference. After that, for example, for the domestic hot water, I use the as the, for example, handbook, and based on the calculation that I follow up in the as the handbook, I calculate the electricity consumption for domestic hot water heater in the different months of the year from the January until the December. After that, for example, for calculation, the heating and cooling loads in different months of the year, I use the carrier software, and based on that, I make this curve that you can see the heat pump electrical consumption in different months of the year, water heater electrical consumption, and also the household have happy concepts such as the TV, the dry cleaners, and so on and so on. And also, for example, the red column shows the total electrical consumption in different months of the year. And then until now, I have used three softwares for electrical consumption in different months of the year. I use the Homer software for cooling and heating loads of the building. I use the Carrier software, and also for using the mode column method, I use the Python, for example, program. And also, as I have explained to you, for the estimation, the electrical consumption of the 500 household, I use the mode column method, and also the Weibull distribution. That also you can see that I use the parameter k equal to 1.5, and also the parameter delta is equal to 1. And that you can see I have, for example, because most households have moderate consumption, but some have higher consumption, which is positively skewed. Choosing this value causes the model to have a larger peak than an exponential distribution. And also I use the delta equal to 1 because of a smooth distribution. And also in this page that I have ignored due to restricted time, and that I have explained the reason in more detail about why I have selected the variable distribution in the mode column method. And also, this is the electricity consumption in different months of the year. And also, for the estimation, the electrical production by the wind turbine, I use the variable distribution. UC, and UCA means the cutting speed, rated speed, and the farming speed. A car is, for example, constant for calculation the ratio between the deflection parameter and the average wind speed, and also the C, and also because in Hoffen, that the wind velocity is measured around 10 meters above the Earth. I use this formula for example, to calculate the wind velocity in higher case. Because as you know, that for example, for the mega size wind turbine, the column is around between 80 to 200 meters. And also I developed this formula that, for example, for calculation the rated power needs for the wind turbine, and that, for example, in the numerator, you can see the electrical energy monthly consumption, and in the denominator you can see the CF. CF means the capacity factor multiply total monthly hours. And also, for example, for calculation and estimation, the battery energy needs, because this system is completely independent from the electrical grid, we use these two type of formula, that's, for example, electrical energy decrease per kilowatt, the maximum electrical energy per kilowatt minus the electrical wind turbine average electrical production, and for the calculation the capacity of the battery energy storage, we use this formula. This formula is calculated in different months of a year, and the maximum value is selected. And also, I have emphasized one most important point that I use based on the statistical data. I calculate the battery energy capacity for 3 days. And that I assume that in 3 days we don't have any wind loss. And also you can see let's go back to the result and discussion. You can see the frequency of the wind speed in different months of the year in these graphs. And also we can use that some domain between that be between 0 and 1, be 1 and 2, and so on and so on. And also based off my calculation, I have selected the Gamesa wind turbine with the rated power 5 megawatt. And this wind turbine is produced in Spain. And that you can see the specification of this wind turbine, rated power 5 megawatt, cutting wind speed, rated wind speed, wind zone, wind class, rotor diameter, square area, number of blades, and rotor, the maximum rotor speed. And also, based on the selection of this wind turbine, you can see the average electrical power production by this type of the wind turbine in different months of the year, from the January until December, and also the Hanan one. So that, for example, the average yearly electrical power by this wind turbine located in Genova is around 3,200 kilowatts. And also you can see, based on the oil calculation, oil production, and oil consumption, that you can see we have the electrical energy increase in the 4 months of the year: June, July, August, and September. And that, for example, based on my previous explanation, lithium bromide battery needs with 75 megawatt hours.
Mehdi, you have three more minutes.
Gracias.
Okay.
And that, for example, for the peak shaving and needs a lot of electrical energy needs of the wind turbine. And also based on the economic evaluation, that you can see the levels kinds of electricity domain between 0.12 until 0.25 US dollar per kilowatt hour. Thank you for your consideration in the conclusion, and based on the statistical data and the wind velocity data in Genova, we can calculate it, and that's for example, using the wind turbine independently from the electrical grid is not a good choice. And for example, in my future research, I use this in parallel with grid to ready for grid for reduction the wind turbine size and also the electricity cost produced by the wind turbine. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite the last presentation of this session, Mrs. Jugaite. Burienne, sorry. The presentation is entitled Digital Data Gaps in Climate Resilient Urban Renewal, Insights from Vilnius. So, you change the, yes, sorry.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for invitation to be here and to present our view on digital data gaps for climate resilience on urban renewal. So the main writer of this article is not present here, so I will just present her and our view of on this topic. So basically our problem was that the cities, they have kind of huge pressure on how they can be part of the mitigation of climate change and how they can adapt the sustainability approach in the development, or in urban development, in city development, well-being development for community, neighborhoods, and how the city can be smart, mobile, innovative, using data that is available and analyzing it and using it for its own purposes and make comprehensive decisions in the beneficial of the city, of the region, and of the whole climate change. So this was the main thing was how we can use all the available digital tools and data available in open source, for example, GIS, smart sensors, digital twins, and how we can use this potential for urban renewal. So the main challenge we face that in fragmented and incompatible data sets, lack of interoperability and standardization of available data and how we can measure, how we can compare it, how we can use it and analyze it, and the big data that we can get from available sources, and insufficient behavioral and real-time data from, for example, from communities, from people, from neighborhoods, buildings, which requires some personal data availability, and this is not so easily acceptable for research, for cities to be analyzed, to do something with them, and the complexity of the data sets as it is, like I was saying, it's a huge amount of data which needs really huge sources to analyze it and to do something with them. So these are the challenges and problems that we are faced in our research. So the main objective of this study on how we can address these challenges related with diversity of data sets, how we can develop the neighborhood renewal framework and suggest some models and methodology on how we can use currently available data sets for solving some neighborhood problems, and what KPIs we can set, and how we can evaluate the feasibility of these data sets using Vilnius City as a case study. And we involve the KPI-based scenario modeling, strategic decision-making, and implementing planning for sustainable urban transformation. So this is the proposed framework of neighborhood renewable framework and methodology. We analyzed and research and made the research on the first phase on initial assessment, data and planning. So we analyzed and identified the potential of existing data sets, and we collected them, which are open access. We can access openly from Vilnius city. The another phase, second phase, that includes the design, modeling, and decision making. We are planning for the next research part that are now undergoing. And the third phase for implementing and monitoring, we will see after the phase 2. So, okay. So case study, we took Vilnius city. We collaborate a lot with this Vilnius city, and the city is usually very friendly with us in providing all the data that are available, and so that we would share with them the research results and analysis. And for us, it's really interesting cases, so that we can have our Vilnius city as a sandbox for piloting and testing all the potential research results. And the city is around 600,000 population, 400 square kilometers, and we are using the neighborhood that is having huge energy consumption. So they are having the potential for us to analyze them and think about the potential to reduce the energy consumption and increase energy efficiency. So basically, we are gathering data for providing forecast on heating, on heating of the city, and how we can manage it with the greening the city and reducing the potential of the heat. And you can see that those solar available, all the sources, and we gain the data related with the pollution of the noise pollution of the renovation, and about the condition of the roof, of the mobility, of the traffic, and all the data that is available from the city we are gathering. And our university, we have sustainability hub, which try to set potential data sets and provide for the city some in time and in real time solutions and potential analysis of those data with some potential recommendation. Again, environmental data, we even can identify the green gaps, the condition of the trees and everything that are related with the city and its exploitation. So this is the traffic mobility data that we also see in real time and provide the solutions. So basically, those data sets that we got currently, so we got with some kind of conclusions with the two scenarios. One with the basic renovation, with the 25% of greenery, and how it can impact on our the KPIs. And the KPIs are heat consumption, carbon reduction, and green space index. And the second scenario, more advanced, with the basic renovation, but upgraded and improved, and with the 40% of greenery. So, according to our data, it seems that second scenario would have more potential in accessing and gaining the KPIs better and with the better scenario for the city and for greenering city and for reducing the carbon emission and so contributing to climate change and resilient for renewable. So again, the results of those key data gaps, we face that, as I was saying, that some of the data we got from the city, but still the personal community-related data, they provided for us some gaps so that we couldn't finish our research on providing comprehensive strategy on urban development strategies and the policies. So, and it was sufficient only for preliminary modeling of urban renewable scenarios. And we identified critical data gaps, which are the real-time indoor climate and environmental data, occupant behavioral and comfort patterns, and life cycle carbon performance metrics. So primary digital framework validation, the proposed neighborhood renewal framework was successfully supporting decision-making on KPIs like such as energy use, resilience, and greenery. But the integration of other more diverse open data would enable us to provide even more full scenario and better picture on how to track the data and how we can perform better, especially for the city. So recommendation and improvements to develop real-time mentoring systems using IoT, smart meters, AI decisions and tools, increase community engagement in gathering behavioral insights, promote standardization and interoperability for data platforms and sets, and improve data fusion and validation process using geospatial and metrical data. So conclusions, the study highlights the transformative potential of digital tools in urban planning, and achieving this climate neutrality and resilience, we need more data availability, quality, and standardization. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation, which highlights the importance of digital technologies to have accurate measurements in order to be able to use efficiently these all the renewable sources and allocate sources properly. So the session is over. So I don't know if there are any questions from the public to any one of the presenters. Okay, so lunch is being served at the foyer. So thank you very much.
Αν γίνεται παρακαλώ. Συγγνώμη γι' αυτό. lo-fi.
And all this is what the music consists of. And you can find it on the internet. Is it? So it's nice. So good choice.
Thank you. This is lo-fi music.
It is your idea?
Yeah.
Because it's nice. It is really the first conference where I'm participating in the time to have this song. It's a very good idea.
Thank you.
It's original.
So I will
Yes, you can put
make a new
everywhere.
file and I will say music.
Yes.
Or
Doesn't
lo-fi.
matter.
It's MP3 file. Okay?
Thank you very much. Really, really.
You're welcome. I have this music for the events before a lot of events need to last as well. Όχι, είναι καλύτερα να θες που τα στείνω. Τι να κάνουμε δυστυχώς. Δεν είναι όλες οι μέρες ίδιες. Για παράδειγμα, εσύ μπορεί να σας αρέσει περισσότερο το...
Hi. We will start in 2 minutes. I invite the first speaker close to here, Koka, Dr. Koka, Dora Koka. Okay. Two announcements for presenting to you. I pronounce well your name, Dora Koka. Dora. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to this session that is dedicated to energy efficiency and retrofitting. We will have 4 speakers. Before we start with the presentation of this session, I want to make 2 announcements. The first one is to go to the reception desk and sync up your presence. If you haven't do it, I remember that is necessary for your certificates and also for our register. The second announcement is more an invitation to go to the poster session that is located in the next building. It's not in this building. You need to go down and go in front. Is another part of this same complex and visit the poster session. Okay, the first presentation that we will have today is entitled "Application of Green Building Assessment Tools on Greenhouse Structures, a case study in southern Italy." We have Dr. Dora Koka that will be the presenter of this paper. Please.
Hello everyone, I'm Dora Koka. I'm a PhD student at the Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria in Italy. And my presentation is about the application of green building tools to the evaluation of sustainability of unusual types of structures, which are the greenhouses. With the global population and the need for food rising, we note that the greenhouse structures are spread all over the world, and particularly in Europe. So here is breakdown by key countries of the top 3 countries where the greenhouses are concentrated the most. They are Spain, the Netherlands, and Italy. But as we see in this map, the colors indicate that these structures are present intensively all over the continent, and not only in these 3 countries. So greenhouses come in various structural types, each suited for a different purpose. We have Venlo, an even span, sawtooth, etc. But also we have commercial and industrial greenhouses, which are large-scale, and they are conceived for mass production of vegetation in general. So they are with high technology, and they require workforces. So it's very, very important to provide worker safeties, adequate spatial spaces, workers' comfort, etc. Moreover, these structures are vital for food production, but they also consume a lot of energy, they use resources, they have significant operational impacts and host workers and vegetation. The assessment of such structures is usually conducted by the elaboration of life cycle assessments, which is focused on the environmental aspects, but not on the social or economic aspect. So we cannot talk about sustainable greenhouses when these two pillars are missing. So here I made some quick research, and I put LCA greenhouse structures in the research bar in Google Scholar, and I searched the results for between 2020 and 2025, and I got approximately 17,000 results. But when we put sustainability of greenhouses or the tools to evaluate the sustainability of these unusual structures, we can't find anything. So we decided to make this case study where we apply a building assessment tool, which is normally dedicated to evaluate the residential buildings, offices, educational buildings, to a greenhouse. So the tools used all over the world are various, but we can cite the LEED for the United States, BREEAM for the United Kingdom, and too many tools in Europe, but they are based in a tool developed in Canada, which is the Sustainable Building Tool, and from this tool, too many countries like Italy, France, Germany, and Portugal tailored it to the specifications of these countries. So here, we decided to apply the SB tool, the basic version of the tool, to evaluate the sustainability of this greenhouse. Why this one? Because, as we said, it was the base on which many European assessment tools were developed, and because its availability for non-commercial use and its very, very comprehensible framework regarding the weighting and scoring systems. So the case study is in the region of Calabria, in the south of Italy, and in the town of Lamezia. As you see in that photo from Google Earth, so it's a complex of greenhouses from which we chose this multi-span greenhouse. So this greenhouse is a Dutch commercial greenhouse, and it has an area of approximately 9,000 meters square. Its elevation is 5.3 meters at gutter level, and it's constructed with a tempered glass and steel frame. So about the framework of the tool, so this is the weighting system. So we have different indicators where there is the green parentheses, and several indicators are clustered in subcategories, like here we see in front of the arrows, design, etc. And these categories are clustered themselves in categories. We have 7 categories for the SB tool, and then we have to attribute a weight to each indicator. For example, we take an indicator and we see its local adjustment factor, how it's considered in the region, is it very important or less important, the extent of potential effect, if it's global, if it's impacting only the building and the site, its duration, the intensity of the potential effect, and the primary system directly affected by this indicator. For example, the health or the functionality or the ecosystem, etc. So after weighting all the indicators, we got these results, and we attributed more importance to the environmental loadings category, then to the energy resource consumption, and then to the service quality. Here is the scoring system. Of course, after weighting each indicator, we have to attribute a score describing how this indicator is, or the subject of the indicator is described within the structure are respected. So for the scoring, we have a range between -1 and 5. If we attribute -1 to an indicator, it means that this indicator is absent or there is an unacceptable performance. If we attribute 5, it means that that this is the best performance and the level of performance is excellent. We put the target actually, and we considered that each indicator having a score of 3 is considered like a good performance. So these are the results. So after the weighting and scoring of the indicators, the results showed that the average scores attributed to the categories were quite unbalanced. So showing excellent performance for some aspects, like here, just focus on the red color, service quality is performing very well, but contrasted by very, very low performance in some other or all the other categories. So we observed from this case study that the social and economic aspects in greenhouses in general were less considered or absent. There are too many weaknesses also, like we take the example of lack of green spaces and pedestrian pathways in front of in the outdoor space of the greenhouse, which is very, very dangerous actually, because there are a lot of workers, but they don't have a proper way to walk and reach their workplace, despite a well performance in logistical aspects. And also we concluded that an LCA is insufficient for a sustainable evaluation of the greenhouse. And it's very important to adapt or develop a green building tool to rate the sustainability of these structures. Since the building assessment tools are conceived for special types of buildings, like we say, residential, educational, hospitals, etc., their adaptation to monitor a greenhouse structure requires major modifications, such as the recategorization of the indicators. For example, for the indicator structure, morphology, and orientation, it's very important to put it as a prerequisite or very primordial indicator, since it directly impacts the energy consumption. And it impacts actually the comfort of the workers, but also the productivity. Also the pest control in SB tool, it's a complementary indicator. For greenhouses, for example, is very important. Also, large-scale greenhouses accommodate two distinct types of occupants, humans and vegetation, each requiring different indoor environmental quality conditions, particularly in terms of temperature, humidity, air particles, and CO2 concentrations. A very high temperature, for example, is very good for vegetation, but it's very, very bad for workers. The interaction between these two environments can negatively impact workers' well-being. So personal areas, like the restrooms or the relaxing areas, for example, should be physically separated from the cultivation areas with proper ventilation and strict environmental quality controls in place. Also, the outdoor environment is also very important. It's very important to provide pedestrian paths, bikes, parking, and why not green spaces, even though they have green spaces inside, but this is the work. But for example, for take a break from the work, it's very important, for example, to go outside and find a beautiful place where to stay. As a summary, to summarize, this study employs a building assessment tool to evaluate an agricultural structure, specifically a greenhouse. The tool's framework, along with the weighting and scoring system, was adopted to better align with the characteristics of greenhouse facilities. A building assessment tool offers a more comprehensive evaluation of sustainability, including all the pillars of sustainability, which are social, economic, and environmental. Further refinements for the tool, including the integration of additional indicators and adjustments to existing ones, is necessary to enhance its applicability and effectiveness. Future research should focus on developing a proper evaluation methods and tools that integrate sustainability pillars for greenhouses or more generally for food-related buildings, because it's very special and not like other types of buildings. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kuka. You are just in time. We have 3 minutes for questions. Please, if someone has some question. If don't, I want to ask you, more than a question, your opinion.
Okay.
How do you see the future greenhouses? Which are the key points that we must take in mind for the future
As I say, there are too many kinds of greenhouses. The greenhouses I took in the case study is a commercial one, which includes, in some cases, for example, some restaurants, some spaces for clients to try, for example, the products, and also workers. So I see greenhouses as, like we see in cities, for example, we provide green spaces to adapt to this climate change. It should be also employed for greenhouses. As I said before, we provide parkings, pedestrian paths, for example, is very important. Providing also places for workers to stay in with comfortable conditions, very also important. So I think it's time to change with the usual vision of greenhouses, because they should be adapted to this climate change also.
Okay, thank you. If someone else has some questions, if don't, thank you again.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Okay, for the second presentation, we have Nicola Bianco that will present numerical analysis of a 3D printed concrete envelope incorporating PCM nanoparticles. I invite you to come here. Okay. Excuse me. The presenter is Andrea Fragnito, that will be here with us. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrea Fragnito. I am an assistant professor at the University of Napoli Federico II. And today I'm going to present the numerical analysis of a 3D printed concrete envelope incorporating PCM nanoparticles. This work is made by Nicola Bianco, myself, and Marcello Iasiello from the Department of Industrial Engineering, Gerardo Maria Mauro from the Department of Architecture, and Costantino Menna from the Department of Civil and Structural Engineering. So this work has been made in the context of the project named Tomorrow. Tomorrow means topology and material optimization using additive manufacturing to maximize structural and thermal performance of building walls, which is a project that has the object to take advantage of topology optimization and other techniques in the context of 3D printing to maximize the performance, so increase the thermal insulation of this kind of structures by looking simultaneously at structural and energy performances. And in particular, I want to outline why we are interested in 3D printing, because if we look at market in terms of global printing market sizing, we can see that year by year, the amount of money invested in this kind of context is rising. So in particular, we have an annual growth rate about 135%. And this is related to the fact that 3D printing nowadays is incredibly sustainable because we can reduce waste by far. It's efficient. We also have a lot of the design of freedom in order to create our structures. And we also have the advantage to use more materials. So we have also the possibility to integrate materials. And we have also a lot of companies that nowadays are working on 3D printing, and so this means that there is a lot of attention on this. So how 3D printing works, basically we have a robotic arm that allows us to print this cementitious mortar layer by layer, with the deposition layer by layer. And in particular, we have that in this way, we can, obviously we don't need formwork because we just print out this cementitious mortar creating our shape. And in this way, we can optimize also the shape and geometry of the internal pattern. Here, we can see an example of how the robotic arm is going to make this deposition of 3D printing. So we go from the prototyping on the right side to the effective printing on the left side in the lab of the structural engineer. And when we look at this kind of structure, we can go in two directions. We can work on the design, so optimize the internal structures, or we can work on the material, so try to define new materials that can be printed from this robotic arm. And in particular, we can see here that one idea could be integrate the PCM inside the cementitious mortar. In fact, we can take this powder of a nanoparticle PCM, we can put this particle inside the mortar, and this allows us to increase the thermal inertia because we know that we can take advantage of the latent heat, so we can increase the heat capacity of the global mixture. And in particular, we can do this by putting this powder inside the mortar, and then we print out this wall. And we can now look at how the thermophysical properties changes depending on the amount of PCM that we include in the cementitious mortar. And in particular, since we can look at the thermal conductivity of the concrete, so the mortar is 1.1. So if we include the PCM, which has a lower thermal conductivity, of course, we will have a lower value of the thermal conductivity. And if we increase up to the 20% of the PCM, we have a reduction of half the initial value with respect to concrete. But on the other side, we obviously have an increase in the equivalent heat capacity because we include these nanoparticles, and that makes interesting because we have the latent heat that we can use to increase the thermal inertia. So obviously we don't want a material that has a high conductivity because we want to insulate, so we decide to if we then increase the amount of PCM, we don't have the printability of the cementitious mortar, so this is the maximum value we can use. And in particular, on the left side now, you can see the 3D structure, which is made by two lateral dividers, vertical ones, and then the inner part is made by sinusoidal profiles. These profiles have been designed in order to reduce natural convection inside the wall. So we have the air in light blue, and we don't want the air to increase its velocity because in this way we increase the heat transfer. So we want to reduce its transfer, and these sinusoidal profiles allows us to reduce the velocity. And in particular, we can define three regions: the external one, the middle one, and the internal one. In this way, we can then justify the results that we will have. And in particular, we are going to introduce these nanoparticles PCM. We have averaged all the properties with the volume average approximation, and the material properties are the one listed on the right side. So as we can see, the initial thermal conductivity of the material is really low, 0.2 Watt/meter/Kelvin. And the actual dimension of this wall is 1 meter high, and the thickness from the internal to the external of the wall is 0.45 meters. So here, details on the numerical model. So we use a CFD approach in order to take care about the evolution of the air motion inside the cavities, but also to account for the dynamic evolution of the temperature inside the wall. And in particular, so we solve for Navier-Stokes and energy equations inside the air domain, while we include just the energy equation inside the concrete side. And also we can see that we have the term about the latent heat, which is multiplied by the derivative with respect to the time of the melt fraction, which is the amount of PCM that is melting, so which is experience the phase transition. While on the right side, we have the effective parameters that are the one made by the average between the PCM and cementitious mortar thermophysical properties. And this table also resumed the boundary conditions. So we assume that we have adiabatic walls on the top and on the bottom of our wall, while we are considering time-varying temperature on the left side of the external wall, also including solar radiation. So here we can have a look at how our properties are varying in time. In particular, we have assumed that the external temperature is varying considering a summer climatic condition referred to July. In particular, we took these values from a reference work on the bottom. And we can see that all these boundary conditions have a periodicity of 6 days, and we overall simulated 12 days in order to see the effect of the periodicity. And we can see that these values are close to what happened in a typical summer day, summer period, about at least 2 weeks. And here we can see the results. In particular, we plotted the melt fraction, which is the amount of PCM that is experiencing the phase change. The actual temperature of melting is 28 Celsius degree. So here we can see that the external regions, so the first layer of the wall, is experiencing a fast charge and discharge each day. So it's going from 0 to 1. While the middle part, so the core of the wall, is just slightly experiencing the phase change. In fact, we can see how gradually the thermal disturbance is going from the left to the right side. And this is really important because this means that the wall is acting as a thermal buffer. So the thermal inertia is relevant, and it's avoiding the heat flow, so the heat flux, to go from the left to the right side. Then we can also focus on the evolution of the temperature in time. We have just plotted what happened with the baseline case. So the baseline case is without the PCM. And we can see that, as shown before, in the external side, nothing happens because we have that the PCM is going to melt every day, while in the middle side, so the internal core, we can see that we have actually a reduction of the temperature, and this is relevant because it means that we are actually charging and discharging our PCM, so the heat capacity is not affected by the thermal disturbance, because we can see that the temperature is quite the same, which is actually a proof that the work is working good, because we don't feel the actual time varying of the boundary conditions. Finally, we can also look at what happened in terms of heat flux, so in particular the upper diagram, and we can see that, as I said before, including the nanoparticles, we have that the effective heat flux that is transferred to the internal environment is not affected by the variation in time of boundary conditions, and we have a really interesting damping effect, which is also something that we can see by looking at the amount of energy stored by the PCM. In fact, if you look at both sensible and latent heat contribution, we can see that we have an effective reduction of 61% in amount in the energy stored. In fact, we have the 61% in terms of increased energy stored. So finally, we can say that we have an interesting behavior of the wall by introducing the PCM nanoparticles. In fact, we have a reduction of about 50% of the effective heat flux that is transferred to the internal environment. This is because of the increase in the energy stored by the wall. And this is something really interesting because we can then adapt this example of a building envelope in an actual building to see what happened by changing the external conditions by looking also at different kind of climatic conditions. And then we also can think about how to optimize the material position, so the PCM position inside the wall, also by changing the melting temperature and so on. And we also will look at what change if we include long-term performance and also looking at the durability of this kind of structures. So thank you for the attention.
Thank you. We have time for a couple of questions. Please.
Hi. Yeah, actually, the point is that since the concrete then is hardening, there is no leakage about PCM. Actually, the nanoparticles is so small that we cannot feel and see any changes in the composition, so from solid to liquid. The point is that the really interesting thing is that since the concrete has a high density, when we print out this mortar, we don't have the deposition of the nanoparticles, which is something that happens, for instance, with water, so a lot of issues. But in this case, the nanoparticle is then blocked, fixed. So this is a really interesting thing because after the printing in 1 or 2 hours, the wall is completely hardened. So the PCM is fixed, and this means that the effective behavior of the PCM is probably because then we have to test this. It's not changing in time. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have time for one question more, if someone wants to participate. If done, I have a curiosity.
Yes.
Can you show a previous slide with the model? Okay, for example, here.
This one?
Yes. This seems, if I understand well, this is a wall, but it's a repetitive module?
Yeah, actually, yes, because this is just 1 meter height.
Okay.
So then you have to imagine that, for instance, if you want just to print out a family one-story building, we can just make 3 modules in height. Okay. But then we also have to change slightly the boundary condition because if we don't want to put anything that block air, we also have to include a no-slip condition on the top. But then, yeah, we can just make this like an array of structures and just play with depending on the application.
Okay. And for now, you haven't tested the geometry of these modules, the impact of the geometry of these modules?
Yes. Actually, yes. This one actually is a part of a patent because actually by also using reflective paintings in the inside, so on the wall, on the internal wall, we can reduce the thermal transmittance up to 0.3 watts over meter square Kelvin. So by using just air and concrete. So if we also think about putting other insulating materials, we can say that there is a huge thermal improvement in terms of insulating performance.
Nice. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's time for the Emanuele Cazzigiani. Okay, we will talk about the environmental and energetic impact of prefabricated envelope components with bio-based materials for deep renovation. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Manos Katsigiannis. I will be presenting you exactly this paper that our colleague said. So, the examined technology comes to deal with some issues that urban areas suffer over time. A significant 26% of energy is consumed in households, where 80% is used for heating, cooling, and domestic hot water production. The building stock in urban areas suffer in terms of the energy consumption due to the age of the buildings. And in many countries, the renovation rates are really low due to the fact is that the deep renovation is not widely affordable. In most cases, the duration and the disturbance of the occupants is a significant drawback. So these facts lead to regular thermal discomfort in households, increased energy consumption, and needed to counterbalance the increased losses, and consequently increased carbon footprint. So the challenge is to explore and expand prefabricated solutions for deep retrofitting, and one of these is the smart wall that I will be describing you later. Such solution could bring, among other advantages, a drastic energy upgrade combined with reduced time and disturbance for the occupants during the installation compared to more conventional renovation practices. The scope of our study is to evaluate 3 scenarios of the smart wall virtual installation with alternative bio-based insulation materials. And this evaluation is conducted focusing on, as said before, on the energy performance of the renovated building and the corresponding environmental footprint in each case. So, a few words about the smart wall. It was introduced back in 2020 from Advanced Management Solutions in the frame, and yeah, after 2 years it was designed by ZRS Architekten in Berlin in the frame of a European-funded project called Plural. It is a multifunctional wall system combining passive and active technologies and can be used as a modular solution for deep renovation. Passive elements are the prefabricated walls with a timber frame and mostly timber-based wall layers and effective bio-based insulation materials. In the current study, as I also said, we examined 3 insulation materials: the wood fiber blow-in, the straw panel, and the expanded perlite. The wall panel also integrates or incorporates active HVAC systems, units, such as the fan coil or a mechanical ventilation unit, as well as PV panels to be implemented on the external side of the masonry or the roof for electricity production. Each smart wall panel is supported by a heating and cooling water circuit. The main supply is a low-temperature air-to-water heat pump. This is used for zone heating and domestic hot water production. Additionally, for the domestic hot water, also it is used solar collectors, and all the water circuit is facilitated by 2 hot water tanks for buffering the water circulation. As I said before, last but not least, the incorporated PV panels are used to supply power for the wall-integrated active components, like the fan coil or the mechanical ventilation unit, and occasionally it could support also the heat pump. So, our case study is an existing residential detached building located in a suburban area of Berlin. It is a poorly insulated building built in 1965, and its pre-renovated state was ranked as energy class F, according to the classification German system. Total floor area in the pre-renovated state is 267, and there is slightly altered surface of 284 square meters. As you can see on the table, there is a assumed occupant profile and also for the lighting and the equipment internal gains that were used for the simulations. I will go through this later on. And on the left, as you can see here, there is a view of the initial pre-renovated state of the building. And on the right, you can see the axonometric view of the renovated state. And as you can see, for practical and aesthetical reasons, the location of the PV panels was on the roof and not on the external walls. So, what this study is about is, as we said before, to examine the energy and environmental performance of the three smart wall alternatives with three selections of insulation materials, the wood fiber, the straw panel, and the expanded perlite. To do that, we followed a two-step analysis, one for the energy part and one for the environmental footprint. The energy part includes a two-level simulation, one with the component level simulation with COMSOL multiphysics, via which we evaluated the impact of the thermal bridges occurred from the integration of the HVAC units into the wall. And then, using the outcome of the thermal bridge analysis, we conducted the simulations via trances in a building scale to calculate the operational energy for each renovation case. Then, based on the energy simulations, we calculated the carbon footprint, considering the bill of materials used for the renovation, and of course, the operational energy that was simulated with the trances. In a bit more detail, the thermal performance of the smart wall derived from a steady-state analysis conducted in COMSOL following the relevant ISO for calculating the thermal bridges in building construction. To do that, we had to separate the impact of the wooden structural elements, as you can see here, the horizontal and vertical components, and the impact from the integration of the active elements, like the fan coil, as I said before, and the window frame. So two wall types occurred, type 1 and type 2, one blank type and one with the integrated components. As you can see in the table, the impact from the thermal bridging presents a significant increase in the overall U value. Indicatively, we can see that the U value for the blank type is 0.12, and for the type with the integrated HVAC units is 0.28, meaning a significant impact from the thermal bridges. Also, you can see the U value contour here on the bottom left, which showcases the effect of the thermal bridges where the fan coil and the window components are integrated. Then the energy performance of the renovated building cases are simulated in a yearly basis in trances. Some of the characteristics you can see here on the right. Just to mention that for heating, the heating set point was set at 20 degrees, and for the cooling, due to the fact that there is no need, let's say, for substantial cooling in Berlin, we dealt with the cooling using natural ventilation in order to keep the thermal comfort conditions. And of course, you can see the PV area, 20 square meters, the capacity of the heat pump and the storage tanks and so on. So, moving on to the environmental perspective, the plan is to calculate the embodied carbon of the materials used, as I said before, and then sum the outcome with the carbon derived from the operational energy that was simulated via trances. So to do that, we followed the EN 15804 for the design phase. We used as a functional unit the square meter of facade area, and we assumed a time period of 50 years for the calculations. Also, the calculations were based on EcoInvent database, and regarding the electricity mix for the German electricity production network, are based on Okobaudat German platform. From what you can see, the stages of LCA, initially we planned to follow a cradle-to-gate approach, meaning just the A stage, A1 to A3 product stage. However, since we had to deal with bio-based materials with biogenic attributes, we had to adjust the boundary conditions and include also the end-of-life stage, which is the C stage, as you can see there on the right, where, because the amount of CO2 that is potentially absorbed by the material within the frame of stage A, it is therefore taken into account as waste processing and disposal in the end of life. So the embodied carbon calculation overall includes the stage A, B6, which is the operational energy derived from the energy simulations, and the stage C, which is the end of life stage. Moving on to the results. From the energy simulations, we can see an obvious reduction on the heating demand of the building, up to 77%. The cause of this reduction is, of course, based on the thermal conductivity of the materials used for the insulation. 1 minute? Okay, yeah. All three insulation materials presented similar thermal performance, with the wood fiber being the most effective and the expanded perlite the least effective one. Regarding the primary energy, as you can see on the right, we can see that the corresponding reduction was 85%, and we could say that according to the German directive, the NZEB state can be achieved, which is nearly 65 kilowatt-hours per square meter from the smart wall application. Regarding the outcome of the environmental assessment, it is obvious that the operational energy holds the lion's share in the total carbon footprint analysis, stating also that the energy savings are very important when evaluating a retrofitting intervention. And concluding, we can see that the straw panel is proved as the most optimal, despite that it is not the best in terms of the thermal performance. Last but not least, we can see that the wood fiber blow insulation presents a negative footprint due to the carbon uptake in the initial stage, but you can see that the release in the C stage makes it the second on the run, let's say, as a bio-based, as a biogenic performance. So concluding, we could say in general that a single intervention could mean a simultaneous upgrade in both the envelope and the systems, leading to drastic reduction in the heat losses and the energy consumption in general. The study also confirms the effectiveness of the bio-based insulation materials as competitive and sustainable alternatives compared to the conventional ones. And we could say that while the operational energy is the primary contributor to global warming potential, the material selection still significantly influences the overall performance. And overall, we could see that the straw panel emerges as the most environmentally favorable option, balancing both operational and the embodied carbon impact. Thank you.
We have time for one question, please.
Yeah.
Can you comment something about your future work on this, where you want to survive?
Actually, of course, there are many bio-based materials and nature-based materials that let's say, there is the trend to get in the market. So maybe the expansion of the selection of the materials, a parametric selection of the insulation materials could be a very nice addition to the existing study. And also, as I said in the last bullet, but skipped it, is to enhance the assessment with a feasibility assessment, with a techno-economic aspect to see what is also the cost effectiveness of such material selection. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you to Dr. Katsigiannis. And we move to the last presentation. We have the Dr. Urbonas that will present impact of digitalization on energy consumption in buildings. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Well, it's always probably better to be last before the coffee break than before the lunch. I hope that I will be on time, and my purpose is just to tell the story about the renovation in the country, northern country, the Lithuania, where in winters we might have -25, -30. In summer, unfortunately, at least for us, we might have the same temperature, and in Thursday we will have +33. So the range of temperatures is dramatic, and if we see the situation in Europe, we have 220 million buildings. And in fact, if we claim that by the year 2050, we will be a neutral continent to the climate, it is a lot of things to do. It is already was said that buildings consume 40% of energy, 36% of green gas emissions are released due to buildings. And in fact, 2/3 of fuel which is used to heat, to cool those buildings are from fossil fuels. So it is a rather complex issue, not only the renovation, not only energy savings, but also to make climate more friendly and to use more renewable fuel. In general, approximately 11% annually buildings are sort of renovated on one or the other way, but only 1% of those renovations are related to the energy efficiency. And even more, if we want to dramatically decrease the energy consumption, 0.2% have deep renovation. Deep renovation, you can save approximately 50–60% of energy. So European Commission has very nice goals, very nice visions that many things will be done by 2030. That means in 5 years, but time is ticking, geopolitical situation is changing, and, well, it will be extremely difficult to meet those things. If we jump to Lithuania, the country where we use a lot of thermal heating because of the climate and the traditions, we have more than 660,000 buildings. Just bear in mind that number because it will appear and you will see how good or bad we are doing with the renovation. And we are not number one, but probably not the last ones in Europe. The majority of buildings are constructed 20, 50, 70 years ago, so they are in general not so efficient. And we have single-family houses, almost 530,000 of them, and multifamily apartment, 41,000. So also those numbers, quite sufficient ones, big ones, to to reach the goal of good renovation. And buildings below energy performance class C, we have 78%. So they consume 78% of energy. So, and the thing why, let's say, we are talking, especially in northern countries, about thermal energy, you see the electricity consumption for entire Lithuania. Lithuania is, with population 2.7 million inhabitants, it's smaller than a decent European city. But electricity, 12.5 terawatt hours, everything, domestic, industrial, etc. Heat consumption in the district heating sector, the majority, especially in town cities, we have district heating, 7.6 terawatt hours. If we include everything, all, not only which are in the district heating area, probably it will be 50-50, 50% of electricity, 50% of heat. That's why heat is extremely important for us, for northern countries. And another thing, in our opinion, it's very good, and it showed when the war in Ukraine started, that 2/3 of heat produced in district heating is from biomass, that means from ours. We have countries where for the district heating, 70-80% used gas, and just imagine that gas was from Russia. So you are extremely dependent. So it is not only the renovation, energy efficiency, renewable energy sources, but also energy security comes to the play. Strategies are written very nicely, but rather difficult to meet the expectations and what is written. Here you can see numbers, what the situation is now, let's say year 2020, what will be in 2050, and bear in mind the number I mentioned, 660,000 buildings. So we believe that in the future we will be faster, smarter, we will have more money, and we will do most of the work. Let's say the time span from 2040 to 2050, the area of renovating buildings will jump from 41% till 66%. Will it become the reality? Well, we will see. The rate of buildings renovated per year, you see also, it is not great. Not great because, well, many aspects. One of them, it might sound a bit strange. The price of the heat is rather low. Let's say 1 kilowatt hour, colleagues might correct me, but approximately 10 cents. So it's not something wow. Yeah. And investments, you see here also, there are foreseen investments, and most probable that incentives for the renovation in Lithuania are one of the best in Europe, even though it is not going so well as it's planned. Here are some statistics on renovation. You see ups and downs, etc., etc. And to have even more colorful view, some peculiarities, which rather small number of countries have. For example, 90% of flats are owned by private owners. That means if you have a building, a house with 100 flats, you will have 100 owners. That means you have to tackle with all of them, discuss with all of them, agree with at least half of them to perform the renovation. So, and it is rather difficult to go for the renovation. There are two ways what are done in Lithuania. What I was telling all the time was deep renovation, where you can save from 40 to 60% of energy. And well, one of the issues that we are very much dependent of EU funding somehow. Also, shallow renovation will be a presentation tomorrow on that. It is, well, for renovation of the heating systems in multifamily buildings. It is for, let's say, northern countries more. And it is easily promoted by district heating companies. So it improves the life quality, but not necessarily reduces the amount of heat. And, well, you saw lots of numbers, lots of words, and here the photo to have imagination before and after renovation. Let's say outside the building, minus 15 degrees. And you can have near the window plus 10 degrees outside the temperature. And when after the renovation, very different picture. Here, real examples from the life. Well, the data is rather difficult to gather. Everybody preserves that data like top secret something. But you can imagine and you can see that, let's say, depending on the year, depending also on the height of the building, and I cannot explain why, the difference of consumed heat per square meter differs approximately 60% for unrenovated and renovated. Here I was telling about the renovation process, but another side of the coin is heat supply, because when the whole system is prepared for high demand of the heat, so we need to think about the reducing of the heat production, which is, well, on paper everything is nice and simple. In reality, it hits the efficiency, it hits some other parameters. And even you are doing renovation on one hand, saving money on one hand, the other side might ask for even more expenses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bonas, for this nice presentation. I invite you to ask some questions to the speaker. Please.
Well, in fact, we did not specifically pick the same year of construction buildings. We did not pick the same construction company who built those buildings, etc., etc. So it may vary on quite a number of factors. Well, overheating effect probably will not happen because when there is envelope, we're putting on envelope, we're also changing the heating system. Early, it was one-pipe system. It was not possible in general to regulate. And now, two-pipe system, you are regulating, and let's say in upper floors, if it's reached, if some temperature is reached, it automatically closes the radiators, etc. So that you can do something about that. Could be, yeah. And in general, well, it depends on the material, but 15–25% of heat is transferred through the walls and probably through the ceiling. That's probably it's heating a bit up the upper floors.
Thank you. Someone else, please.
It is, well, in the baby phase. It's rather difficult to use the heating system with radiators for the cooling because, well, rather small area. And we do not have so many buildings heated with floor heating. It is possible to use that, but also there are pluses and minuses. The floor cooling is not very good for children. So more diseases, etc., more cold. So there are, as usual, you have to think what will be bonus and minus.
Yep. Thank you. Someone else? We have a couple of minutes. If done,
thank you.
Thanks again you. Very nice presentation. Thank you to all the assistants to this nice session about retrofitting. We see from the last slides and the last presentation that we have very different scenarios in Europe about energy consumption in buildings, but something that is very important is that we need to retrofit existing buildings. Then thank you to attend this session. We have time maybe to attend some presentations in the next door or go to the poster session that I invite you again to visit the poster session. Thank you.
Ένα, check, hey, test, check, hey. Ένα, hey. Hey. Hey, ένα, check. Ένα, check, hey. Ένα, check, ένα. 1, 2, check. Okay. Yeah.
So, thank you for joining us. My name is Henrik Part. I'm an associate professor at Halmstad University in Sweden, and I will be sharing this session, session E1, Climate Resilience Policy and Public Health. We will have some minor changes here because we have a parallel session, so we have two presenters in that session, so we will move them down, so they will come a bit later here, and that will be Vincenzo Bianco, that will be coming a bit later. But we will start with the first three presentations at least, and I would like to ask Mr. Rehman to present PhD student, and we aim for about 15 minutes and 12 minutes presentation and a few minutes for questions there if possible. So please, if you have any questions in the end, it will be really nice to hear your thoughts and ideas to provide some input for your continuous work.
Okay.
I'll leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Asidur Rahman, and I am here to present my work, Techno-Economic Analysis of Italy's Energy Transition. My co-authors are Professor Laura Vanoli and Vittoria Battaglia. In this work, we have analyzed the energy transition pathways for Italy. Okay. Italy is heavily reliant on fossil fuels, making energy transition very difficult. Italy presented its energy plan in the form of PNIEC. The PNIEC is the official decarbonization plan of Italy. In PNIEC, they proposed two scenarios for decarbonization, one with nuclear energy and one without nuclear energy. In this work, the objective is to compare both scenarios on the basis of emission, cost, and the share of renewable energies. This is the flowchart of our research work. First, we developed and validated a baseline scenario for 2022 in energy plan software. Then we simulated the two scenario for 2050. The data, we performed this analysis on hourly basis. The data for some quantities were available, like demand and electricity generation, but for some it was not available, like hourly heating demand and cooling demand. So we used heating degree days and cooling degree days to simulate this hourly consumption for Italy for heating and cooling. So baseline scenario, in 2022, mostly energy was supplied by oil and gas in Italy. And in 2022, actually the energy consumption fall in industrial and civil sector, but it increased in the transport sector. The transition will depend on investment, technological implications, and the policy support for decarbonization. These are the results for our baseline scenario, the validation of our baseline scenario. The difference between the actual values and our value is within the acceptable limits. So For 2050, Italy is aiming for 100% renewable electricity. The aim is they are aiming for 200 to 300 gigawatt of PV, along with other wind and other technologies. This will need grid stabilization technologies like batteries and pump hydro and the hydrogen storage to deal with the fluctuation nature of solar and wind energy. In transport sector, in 2022, energy was mostly supplied by oil. The transition of transport sector will depend on prioritizing the electrical vehicle supported by the national-wide charging network. For heavier vehicles, the alternative fuels like hydrogen and biofuel will play an important role. This will reduce the emissions of transport sector. For industrial sector, the major energy supplier was natural gas and electricity in 2022. The transition of industrial sector will depend on process electrification, hydrogen for heating, and carbon capture for industries like steel and chemical. Material improvement, material efficiency improvement will also play an important role for industrial sector. In civil sector, the major suppliers were natural gas and electricity. The major part was natural gas for heating. So the transition of civil sector will depend on converting this heating into electrical heating using heat pumps, and the other part is the renovation of buildings, improving the energy efficiency of building. The strategy is aiming for 2% per annual renovation, of which 80% will be deep renovation. Electrification is the backbone of the energy transition plan of Italy. It will reduce emissions. It will reduce the dependency on energy imports and the efficiency in different sectors. These are the two scenarios that are proposed in energy plan. One is without nuclear energy. In this analysis, we have referred it to decarbonization scenario, and one is a nuclear scenario. The decarbonization scenario is aiming for 251 gigawatt capacity of PV and 51 gigawatt of wind, along with other technologies. And in a nuclear scenario, they are also adding 8 gigawatt capacity of nuclear using small modular reactors. These are the results of our analysis. Both scenarios show a huge share of renewables. In decarbonization scenario, the share of renewable are extended, but the nuclear scenario also provides stability using nuclear power. Both scenarios show the surplus energy. Both scenarios show surplus energy. This surplus energy will be dealt by using energy storage and export energy and the demand response. This shows the importance of flexibility in strategies for in energy planning. The decarbonization scenario performed better in both surplus and deficit condition. It shows surplus energy. It shows higher surplus energy and lower deficit hours, indicating a better system performance. These are the hourly surplus and deficit, energy deficit for both scenarios, and the changes in nuclear scenarios are relatively lower than the decarbonization scenario. This is the cost analysis of both scenarios. In a nuclear scenario, the initial cost is higher due to the nuclear infrastructure, but the operating cost is low. The operating cost is low. In the nuclear scenario, also perform better in the form of economic indicators like NPV and MIRR. It has high NPV of 152 billion and the MIRR of 13.94%. So from a specifically financial perspective, the inclusion of nuclear energy provide better investment appeal as a scenario. In both scenarios, the carbon emission are reduced a lot. In decarbonization scenario, the reduction take place by using renewable expansion, while nuclear scenario even go further thanks to the net zero emission of nuclear power. So the conclusion, both scenarios shows a high potential for as the Italy's energy transition to carbon neutrality. The decarbonization scenario focuses on renewable expansion, and the nuclear scenario provide stability of nuclear power. Both scenarios reduce the costs and show reduce the cost and the emissions. Eventually, the success will depend on the technology and technological implications and policy support and the investments. Thank you. We took into account only the fuel amount for nuclear because energy plan, we performed this analysis on energy plan, and it takes into account the fuel operating cost, fuel, and the investment cost. So no, we did not take into account the disposal nuclear disposal cost. And about the nuclear tax that we did not take into account this either, but we did take into account the carbon emission costs, but not the nuclear costs. Okay.
Any other questions? So what is the next step for your research now?
Next step, so we are also adding another, proposing another scenario in which we are analyzing a wind heavier scenario. Both these scenarios are PV heavier. But we are also analyzing along these two scenarios a wind heavier scenario to show an alternative scenario for this.
Thank you very much. And then we have the next presentation, Professor Despina Di Melli, please. You never know what happens when you...
Ναι, ναι.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you here in Chania. I'm Despina Dimeli. I'm a professor in the School of Architecture in the Technical University of Crete. In order to be precise at my time, for 15 minutes, I will read my text of presentation. So my presentation is about assessing Greek policies for energy efficiency in urban scale, and I am examining the case of Halepa neighborhood. So, okay, here we are. Okay. So this study examines the environmental challenges and sustainability potential of Halepa, historic neighborhood in Chania, Crete, through the lens of the LEAD for neighborhood development framework. Greece's energy efficiency policies are shaped by the European Green Deal and the European Union Energy Efficiency Directive. The National Energy and Climate Plan 2020-2030 sets targets for reducing energy use and emissions, aiming for a 38% cut in primary energy consumption by 2030. Law 4342 of 2015 implements the European Union's directive nationally, establishing energy audits, energy service companies, and efficiency requirements for public buildings, including renovations and procurement. Greece also follows the energy performance of building directive through the KENAC regulation, enforcing energy standards for new and renovated buildings. Financial support is offered through programs like Execonomo Autonomo, which funds retrofit smart systems and renewable energy. At the urban level, over 100 municipalities have adopted sustainable energy and climate action plans under the Covenant of Mayors, addressing building retrofits, efficient lighting, and mobility. Implementation varies with local capacity. National schemes such as Electra and Iliactida further support local action. EU funding via the Recovery and Resilience Facility and Just Transition Fund also drives investments. Challenges still remain, especially for small municipalities, but growing policies support recognizes cities as key actors in achieving national energy and climate goals. Let's proceed to the next step, which is the examination of the environmental assessment tools. Environmental assessment tools are essential for promoting sustainability at the neighborhood scale. They offer structured frameworks to guide urban planning in terms of environmental, social, and economic performance. Prominent tools include LEAD for neighborhood development, BREEAM communities, CASB for urban development, and the Living Community Challenge. These systems support planners, developers, and decision makers in integrating sustainability principles into neighborhood design and development. LEAD Neighborhood Development is developed by the US Green Building Council with the Congress for the New Urbanism and the Natural Resources Defense Council. It is one of the most globally adopted systems, and it evaluates projects based on smart location and linkage, neighborhood pattern and design, and green infrastructure and buildings. LEAD promotes compact, walkable, transit-accessible, and low-impact development. BREEAM Communities is developed in the United Kingdom, and it focuses on early-stage planning, assessing sustainability through stakeholders' engagement, land use, ecology, and transport. CASB from Japan emphasizes environmental performance metrics like heat island mitigation, energy efficiency, and stormwater management. These tools provide a holistic, integrated approach evaluating entire urban systems, mobility, public spaces, and community interaction, rather than individual buildings. They align projects with climate resilience, resource efficiency, and inclusivity goals. So LEAD stands out for offering international certification, supporting smart growth, ecosystem preservation, and community equity. And though sometimes it is criticized for cost and complexity, it remains a widely applicable, adoptable, and valuable tool for sustainable urban development. So what we are using LEAD for? In this current study, we used the LEAD Urban Sustainability Assessment tool to evaluate Halepa, a historic neighborhood in Chania, Crete. The methodology includes desktop research, spatial analysis, field observation, and a review of policy documents as the General Urban Plan of Chania, the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, and the research integrates statistical data from the Hellenic Statistical Authority, GIS layers, and quantitative analysis on Halepa's urban development and environmental data. So let's... Oops, sorry. Okay. I guess I'm correct now. So, the coastal city of Chania, located in the northern coast of Crete, is characterized by a blend of historic urban fabric and vibrant neighborhoods that are shaped by centuries of multicultural influence. However, like many other coastal cities in Greece, Chania is facing mounting environmental challenges that threaten its sustainability, quality of life, and resilience to climate change. Halepa is a historic neighborhood located on the eastern outskirts of the city. It is known for its distinctive architectural identity, shaped during the late 19th and the early 20th centuries, when the area served as a diplomatic and political hub during the Cretan state era. The urban fabric of Halepa is characterized by low to medium density development with detached and semi-detached houses, often accompanied by private gardens and internal courtyards. The neighborhood occupies a gently sloping terrain, offering sea views from many locations, and the land uses in the area are mainly residential, though there are elements of mixed use, including schools, churches, small commercial establishments, and cultural institutions. The neighborhood retains a suburban feel with green plots and open spaces, although public green areas are limited and fragmented. While accessible by public transport, the area is more reliant on private vehicles due to the infrequent bus service and minimal cycling infrastructure. Pedestrian infrastructure exists but is inconsistent in quality. In the recent years, Halepa has experienced increasing development pressures, with historic buildings being restored for private residences or tourism accommodations. A primary environmental concern is its coastal erosion, driven by both natural processes and human activities. Rising sea levels, intensified by climate change, have increased the frequency and intensity of storm surges, leading to visible degradation of beaches and public coastal infrastructure. The absence of adequate soft and hard coastal defenses worsens the vulnerability of the built environment, especially near the sea. Another critical issue is the urban heat island effect, resulting from the limited vegetation and the predominance of impervious surfaces as asphalt and concrete. The neighborhood, although benefiting from the sea breezes, still experiences elevated temperatures during the summer months due to the lack of shading, green infrastructure, and thermal insulation in older buildings. Public green space is scarce, fragmented, and often poorly maintained, reducing both ecological value and community well-being. Chania's growing popularity as a tourist destination puts significant pressure on the city's waste management system, as during the peak tourist periods, the neighborhood generates high volumes of solid waste and exceeds collection and disposal capacities, leading to littering. Also, the increasing number of private vehicles, particularly from tourists and the seasonal residences, contributes to traffic congestion and noise. So the next step of the research we have made is about the application of the LEED assessment tool in the area. So the LEED assessment tool is based on three basic pillars, and its application offers a multidimensional perspective on its urban sustainability performance. So the area is situated in an urban area that is historically marked by industrial uses, and it is evolved into a mixed-use district characterized by residential, commercial, civic, and recreational facilities. This transformation makes it a suitable candidate for LEED evaluation, particularly across the three main categories: location and linkage, neighborhood pattern and design, and green infrastructure and buildings. So here, as we see here, the table about the location and linkage, the Halepa neighborhood exhibits a mixed performance. It benefits from being an urban infill area with historical continuity and existing infrastructure, earning a satisfactory rating for preferred location and steep slope protection, as terrain poses no major issues. However, other aspects show significant weaknesses. Transit access is limited and infrequent, and bicycle infrastructure is lacking, both rated as needs improvement. Similarly, the proximity of housing to jobs is limited, and flood risk remains due to sea level rise and inefficient coastal defenses. Sorry. So the next one is the category of neighborhood pattern and design. Give me a second, I think I have, no? Okay, I'm here. The category, yes, this category reveals the most pressing issues: energy efficiency, renewable energy integration, water reuse, stormwater management, and solid waste systems are all underdeveloped, with several elements rated pure or as a critical issue, particularly in relation to tourism-driven waste and marine pollution. Heat island effects are present due to limited vegetation and outdated building stock, while green infrastructure is fragmented and inadequately maintained. Construction and solid waste management lack robust practices, and infrastructure and air quality suffers from pollution, again rated as needs improvement. I think I have mixed my slides, but okay. Jalepa exhibits strengths in historical character and location, but suffers from gaps in mobility, infrastructure, environmental management, and public space quality. Improvements in transport, energy systems, waste management, and green infrastructure are essential for advancing sustainability in line with the LEED standards. So, drawing on the principles of the LEED for Neighborhood Development rating system, this paper, the current paper, proposes integrated strategies for environmental development tailored to the specific context of Jalepa. Given the neighborhood's proximity to the coastline and its exposure to rising sea levels and intensified storm surges, implementing a climate-adaptive coastal protection strategy is critical. This should include a combination of soft and hard engineering solutions. Soft measures as beach nourishment and vegetated dunes can be employed to absorb wave energy and enhance ecological resilience. This can be complemented by hard infrastructure like breakwaters and seawalls in high-risk zones. Establishing setback lines and restricting new construction in vulnerable areas is essential to mitigate future risk. The urban heat island effect in Jalepa results from limited vegetation, a predominance of impervious surfaces, and aging building stock. Increasing vegetative cover through green corridors, pocket parks, and tree-lined streets can significantly reduce temperature and improve air quality. Native Mediterranean plant species can be prioritized for their drought resistance and low maintenance needs. Green roofs and vertical gardens on public and residential buildings would also contribute to thermal regulation and enhance biodiversity. Energy retrofitting should be expanded under national programs as Exoconomo Autonomo, focusing on improving envelope insulation and integrating renewable energy technologies like photovoltaic panels. However, retrofitting should be sensitive to the architectural heritage of the area, guided by conservation principles that preserve the architectural features. Enhancing the frequency and coverage of the public networks would reduce dependence on cars and alleviate congestion and pollution. Developing a safe and continuous cycling network, as well as improving the quality of pedestrian infrastructure, will foster active transport modes. These interventions would not only reduce emissions, but also promote healthier lifestyles and social interaction. A comprehensive waste management strategy should include waste separation at source, local recycling points, composting initiatives, and public awareness campaigns. Simultaneously, the neighborhood sewer system requires upgrading to separate rainwater from sewage, thereby minimizing overflow risk and coastal contamination during the heavy rainfall events. Nature-based solutions like rain gardens can further support sustainable stormwater management. So I guess I'm a little bit confused about what I'm showing, but I hope I'm at the correct slide. This is 15, okay. Strategic revitalization of existing public spaces and the creation of new ones, especially in underutilized plots, are essential. Community gardens, shaded sitting areas, and children's play zones should be integrated to promote inclusive use and intergenerational interaction. These efforts can be supported by participatory planning processes that ensure alignment with resident needs and historical context. Behavioral change and stewardship are essential for sustaining environmental gains. Local environmental education programs, community cleanup days, school initiatives, and participatory design workshops can build environmental awareness and empower citizens. Building local capacity for sustainable practices also ensures continuity and ownership, fostering a culture of resilience. So, as we are leading to the end of this presentation, give me a second. I've lost my last page. Give me a second because this is not so easy as, okay, I'm here. So, the application of the Lead for Neighborhood Development framework to Halepa, a historic neighborhood in Chania, Crete, uncovers significant gaps and only partial alignment with the Greek environmental policies. Although Greece has adopted the UE-aligned legislation for environmental protection, challenges persist in implementing these policies locally, especially in heritage risk areas like Halepa. It is important to further promote environmental policies and funding tailored to the area's needs in order to make it more sustainable, more resilient, and preserve its historical value. Thank you for your attention.
So, just an idea, these are the plans. Which is the current status of your research and which is what we're waiting for the future? Some plans for the future of this research follow-up.
What are the plans for the future? I don't hear you clearly because it's the next room.
The creative plan of Halepa.
Yes.
So we're waiting to give us some ideas about the future, the follow-up of what you have done.
Yes, we have worked in proposing some strategies, and we are currently working on making research with the municipality of Chania, because we have been assigned to plan a park in the area. So our main idea is to see what the real needs are and how a new park and an area that will also include sport facilities can increase the resilience of the area, or otherwise it will be something that will be absolutely fragmental. So we are working now on a project about planning the green areas in Halepa, a big park and athletic facilities, blah, 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 etc. And additionally, we are trying to see how we can make with small size interventions, how we can increase the resilience of the area. It's not easy, but we are doing our best.
Just one final question. I'm really interested in your project here. It must be a bit of a challenge when it comes to this cultural heritage and you're mixing with new building materials and so on. But is there another dimension, cultural dimension, that needs to be addressed? Because I can see some of those aspects when you're talking about environmental stewardship, for instance. I think it's super important aspects to be included, but I think it is really difficult to come up with guidelines for a stewardship like that. Is that something you have stumbled upon, or you have a framework to assess that, or suggestions for implications for others doing similar work like you are doing? How can you confront that type of challenge when you're working with historical buildings like that?
I think that our basic idea is that when we talk about sustainable development, it includes 4 pillars, not just 3. It's not society, economy, and environment, but it's also culture. So this is one factor that adds more things on the table, because you have to respect the cultural identity of the area. It is not easy economically to deal with renovations, because the buildings that present cultural interest need a lot more funding in order to be renovated. But on the other hand, I believe that these areas are the ones that should be preserved. For example, I did not mention it because I did not have enough time, but in this area we have some industrial heritage. we have architectural heritage, we have a natural environment that is very interesting. So when we try to preserve all of these environments, we know that sometimes we have to prioritize something and maybe something to be left behind. It's not so easy. But what we will be all working on in the next steps is participatory workshops where we can see how we can deal with the residents and the and the visitors, sorry, and the visitors of the area. So we can see what is their conception about the area, what is their vision about the future of the area. And for example, on next Monday, we are working on a workshop which will, not for Halepa, but for the old city of Chania. And we will proceed to a workshop where we will see how the residents and the visitors feel about the development of their area and what are their ideas for their future will be. So we are going to gather all this data and proceed with more strategies, more detailed strategies. Thank you.
Okay, then we have the next presentation. That will be Professor Dionysia Kolokotsa. If I hope I'm sorry for the pronunciation. Oh, thank you.
Can I use? Can I move?
Yes.
Because it's okay. I don't know how can you hear me. Okay, maybe here. Yes, I'll try. Okay, and mine is. I will.
Yeah, it's a slow computer.
So it's here, Kolokotsa.
This one?
Yes, this one. Thank you.
Okay. Then you press presentation mode.
Presentation mode. Thanks.
Thank you.
So before, yeah, okay. My name is Denia Kolokotsa, and I'm professor of the School of Chemical and Environmental Engineering, and I'm responsible for the energy management in the Built Environment Research Lab. And I'm going to present you some work that was developed the last 5 years in the framework of a project called VARCities. It's Visionary Solutions for Healthier Cities, and let's start. Okay, let's start. That's it. So our goal is to develop visionary nature-based solutions for health and well-being and resilience in cities, to increase the health and well-being in citizens in diverse climatic conditions, and to address innovation in different urban scales. But what we always ask, what do you call visionary solution? And this is a very important question because we may be accused of greenwashing. So visionary solution is an innovative approach that integrates, okay, I cannot see very well here, but okay. Can I move it like that? Okay. Oops. Wait. No. Integrates social, digital, and cultural elements to enhance the health and well-being of citizens in urban areas. That's actually what we discussed in the previous presentation. And we do that in different climatic conditions and in different areas of Europe. And you see here that we start from Skellefteå in the very northern part of Sweden, where we work there in a specific park with open-air educational infrastructure, smart lighting, and increased resilience in blue spaces. Then we also have a case study in Novo Mesto in Slovenia, where we have an inclusive design of recreational therapeutic facilities in a big park. We have Chania, that I'm going to focus more because we are here, and I'm not going to say a lot because we're more to come. Malta, which has a road that is a high traffic road, and we did some microgreening intervention. Italy, we have the colleagues here from Italy, blue and green areas in the area of Castelfranco Veneto, and also a big park that we used as a case study for elderly people. Leuven, the velodrome, and we developed this velodrome in the center of Leuven where a lot of activities were happening, and also in Ireland, Dundalk, outdoor learning pod, urban green learning and sensory garden. So our approach is that we get a bottom-up approach. We have different scales, urban parks, streets, and other activities, and then we create these 4 dimensions, the social, the nature-based solutions, the cultural, the digital dimension, in a helix where we have city stakeholders, industry businesses, researchers, and a data platform where we collect all the data that we're going to discuss later. Now we have 5 key frameworks developed in this project that is now in its end. The first one is the co-creation framework, how to engage and inspire our stakeholders in different cultural areas and in different social aspects. The knowledge framework to understand needs, challenges, and opportunities. An implementation framework, how we design and we implement these visionary solutions. Monitoring and evaluation framework, how we have key performance indicators to assess the performance, and sustainability framework to transfer, upscale, and sustain these best practices. The co-creation framework started with co-identification, co-design, co-implementation, co-evaluation. You see a lot of activities happening around Europe with workshops, with events, with interactions with the stakeholders. We have all these 4 stages, and we ended up also with the social return of investment method, so we put social dimension to our work. Then we have the knowledge framework, where we have key elements, the challenges identification, pestle analysis, and SWOT analysis of what we are learning from our pilots. And also, it's very important, what we developed is implementation framework, how you implement this, how you learn to others, how you teach others how to do it. So we have a roadmap for tendering, execution, handover, defined scope, timeline, and milestones, risk assessment and risk management, where for different aspects can happen, technical aspects, legal aspects happen during this course of the 5 years. And then we have also, the procurement strategy, cost management also developed. Now, key elements for the monitoring is the theory of change to define inputs, activities, outputs, and outcomes and impacts. Key performance indicators that are tailored to resilience, air quality, water management, green space management, biodiversity, health and well-being, of course. And we gathered all this information, what we call the health and well-being platform, where all this data are shown. Then we have also the sustainability framework, where we have a value proposition, what value proposes by these visionary solutions, what are the key activities to create scalability and, and target segments. So let's start to focus on what we are doing in Chania. So you see here how we started the idea with 2 parks that we wanted to create some interventions there. And we started to design and we think with the stakeholders and to realize how things would be and will appear. And, what did I do? And through this stakeholder engagement, we have the identification, the knowledge baseline, preliminary studies, co-creation framework, the SWOT analysis. And here you see how we started. And these are various ideas with a green vehicle, flexible construction, open space with mobile equipment. And then we ended up with this co-design strategy that we have also in the center of this square. We have these options that we developed, which is mobile modular structure that is equipped with wooden interior furniture, has also seating, has information computer technology, environmental sensors, on autonomous construction because it has photovoltaics on the top. It opens also and it creates an open space where people can interrelate and interact. And we developed the implementation framework, and this is the co-creation framework with stakeholder engagement and discussion. Now, how this was implemented, we have the execution study, the monitoring and the reception of works, and we have also for the co-creation during the implementation 4 workshops where different things were discussed, or what are we going to do with this thing? Is it going to be, let's say, a place where we have concerts, or we have discussion with the pupils? It's going to move around the schools, and this is something that we decided to have this modular approach where everything is integrated. Now, with the co-evaluation, we have 4 key impact areas: the environmental monitoring of health and renewable energy, key impact deals the social cohesion, cultural participation, participatory governance, community trust and scalability, and the final one is engagement and scalability, where we have 20 KPIs as a whole that we monitor. You see now the first set, which is what we measure through sensors. Number of data, we have a lot of data around the city because we collect from various sensors and also from mobile bicycles that move around the city and collect the data. Also, we have for co-evaluation the social cohesion, cultural participation, environmental awareness pathway, and we assess the residents' cultural facilities on foot. So we discussed this with the residents and the accessibility, how they perceive the spaces before and after the intervention, and these kind of things were discussed with the residents. And also we have a recreational of cultural value of the green spaces, and we have 31 community-led activities with more than 5,000 citizens involved in these activities and gathered data and questionnaires. Also, we try to create what is called the governance and community trust pathway to have the citizens to trust us and to what we are doing. So we ask them again, not only during the design, but during the evaluation. And they came up with a lot of discussion about the co-evaluation strategy and how this is perceived by the citizens. You see here also scalable construction and green spaces engagement pathway. So we have 8 key performance indicators with green-related features and amenities provided to the population. And we asked with these KPIs, we asked the citizens to evaluate these aspects. This thing happens because this presentation is uploaded in Teams. Never upload the presentation in Teams because it creates automatic timer, and then you have to go back and forth. Sorry for that. I'm sorry for that. Now, what about the co-evaluation? This is something asked to the citizens. What do they think about the results? And you see here that we get very low in energy savings by renewable energy, but very high access to sport facilities, recreational and cultural value, data and green spaces. These assets very high, and other aspects is assessed lower. Now, the value, the sustainability aspect is we created value propositions, customer segments, cost structure, and revenue streams. So we wanted also to enhance the business aspects of this sustainability discussion. And all this created some indirect impacts through our work that are a health-relevant approach and associated with health impact mechanisms and other indirect impacts that I'm going to discuss. I am going to say that there are 6 indirect impacts of our work. The first one, these urban green spaces play a preventive role in enhancing mental and physical health. The analysis of 2 distinct green spaces in our city show how vegetation, structure, cooling capacity, pollutant removal, accessibility, and users' perceptions offer complementarily environmental and social benefits, supporting strategy, health-oriented green strategies, and design tailored to local context. Also, the health outcomes depend on the time, the type, the quality, the usability, and the social dynamics of these green spaces, not only their presence or proximity. Urban green spaces planning must focus on more meaningful engagement to optimize these health outcomes. Then residents living in peri-urban areas where sensor data show low concentration of air pollutants and reduced noise levels reported higher satisfaction with their environmental conditions. The lack of vegetation and green space in the urban center not only contributes to higher pollution retention, but also corresponds to lower scores for environmental health and mental well-being using a survey developed by the World Health Organization. Also, respondents in urban zones reported difficulty concentration and sleep linked with elevated noise exposure, and also this is something that is something to consider the city center. Now, before we want to move for the good practice, we established some criteria that goes to Environmental Committee for Standardization, and we work for towards an ISO standardization process through also the support of IUCN Global Standard of Nature-Based Solutions. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for this back and forth.
So, do we have any questions?
May I make the same question like before, which is the follow-up, the exploitation of your results? This fantastic work. Thank you.
Okay, exploitation of results. First of all, we have to see the results that we have because the amount of data that we have for all these 7 cities is very big. The project is now coming to its end, so we try now to see the differences and not only the differences, but also the similar things that exist between the various cities. We created very good bonds among the cities. That's very good because we discuss with cities with completely different culture and completely different needs, cultural and climatic needs. Apart from that, there is a lot of space to discuss what I'm also working now, which is towards the new European Bauhaus. And this is, since I'm also working for the last 2 years in the new European Bauhaus framework for sustainability assessment, we try through this to support not only sustainability, but also inclusiveness and aesthetics, which is the other 2 dimensions of the new European Bauhaus. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes?
Is the methodology that you developed within the project compliant totally with the NEB principles?
No, because we started before the NEB principles were launched. So it's not fully compliant. It's compliant with the NEB principles concerning sustainability, the 1 dimension. I would say that it is compliant, but not for sure, with inclusiveness, because we did a lot of inclusive actions. But we haven't yet assessed the aesthetics and also the circularity. If I started now, I would do it differently, but you know that things cannot, I cannot go back. Thanks.
It's an impressive amount of work that you have been doing here, and I really liked the work and the effort that you have put in here. I really like that you're using the business model canvas to amplify the business perspective there. And you're working with the change of theory of change. I did a similar thing with a much lower scale than you did. I also added paradoxical theory to that because
which one? The paradoxical.
Paradoxical
yes.
theory. Because I think there are a lot of tensions because you are very much showing the work that you have done and the output. But I can imagine there is a lot of tensions when you're raising questions. So it could also be an interesting aspect to just highlight them for the next coming projects what you're stumbling on and what has to be actually confronted in the next step.
It's a good idea. Yeah. It's a good idea. Thank you for that. Thank you for the tip.
Thank you for a good presentation.
Thank you.
So we will have a presentation online for the Zoom meeting, and this will be Maxime that will be presenting, I imagine. If you can hear us.
You can hear us? Excuse me? Sir? You can hear us? Okay.
Yeah.
1 second. Yeah.
Super good. Welcome to this presentation, and you are welcome to start your presentation here. Yeah, we can now see your presentation also.
Good, good. Thank you for hosting me online. Unfortunately, I was not able to come, but it's not that easy, you know, in these days to leave the country for those who can be mobilized. But anyway, I'm happy to present our research, which we have done with a team of my colleagues on development of municipal energy security plans for small-sized municipalities. And I will go briefly through this. So first of all, so why we did it? As you probably know, after the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine, there was numerous attacks on energy infrastructure. So they started in October 22, and yeah, it actually taken a big fraction of energy infrastructure in terms of production of energy and transmission of energy in Ukraine, but still everything more or less works. But those, I would say, first 18 months after that October 22 were really hostile and were really difficult. For you to imagine, so we are in the expert society in energy in Ukraine. We are like, you know, it's not smiling, but at least we say that we were forced to more less carbon intensive energy infrastructure, because so we have lost the coal fueled production mainly up to 90%. So there's we have extra coal, but there's no place to burn it. Yeah, but anyway, we faced a lot of problems, and our municipalities faced a lot of problems. This is for you, yeah, it's in Ukrainian on the left side, but still you can see that it was exactly from the last year, July 16, how it was planned that we had schedules of blackouts or shut-offs. Imagine that in the middle of the summer, you have half of the day in total, like 12 to 14 hours without electricity at all. So it faced a lot of problems, not only for the households, but for the municipalities. And yeah, so they more or less started understanding that they need to respond accordingly. That we see that, let's say, a term of energy resilience came up to us. And probably in the next years or even months or, you know, close time actually is going on. So we'll see a totally different structure of energy in Ukraine. Probably this will be additionally investigated by different researchers. For instance, we are facing live witnesses of creation of corporate energy systems, of municipal energy systems, which was unlikely for Ukraine. Before that, we had just one unified Ukrainian energy system with like 40% of renewable, of nuclear power plants, and then coal or gas or oil for another 40, and then renewables and hydro. But now it's going to change. And we were actually contacted. There was like a, let's say, subsidiary outcome of another project, but we were working with municipalities, actually 9 municipalities, quite small. You can see it on the map. Everyone is located in the western part of Ukraine, as I am. Just like my city is oriented more or less somewhere here. like nearly 1,000 kilometers from the active battle zone, but still we can hear, like last, I would say, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, I heard, everyone heard in my city how the anti-missile system works. It's a little bit unpleasant sounds, but still, we work on. So just a map for you. So there are 9 municipalities. We call them small-sized because average number of inhabitants there is more or less 20 to 30 inhabitants in each. So in totally, we had something like a little bit more than quarter million of the people, of the inhabitants in all the addressed, targeted communities. They were really different because we had some big, up to 40, and some small, up to 10. So it was different, but still, we consider them small. Okay, what we did, and we were addressed by this, contacted by these municipalities, the city mayors, and the heads of those municipalities to help them to build some kind of a policy in terms of energy resilience. They call it energy safety, but in those times we call it energy safety. So that was more or less the title for those policy documents. But it helped them a lot, as we can see, even in this 2-year, even a little bit less than 2-year perspective. So what we did, we actually used the common Sustainable Energy Action Plan or Sustainable Energy and Climate Adaptation Plan methodology. We collected a lot of data from the grids, from the gas grid, electric grid companies. So we calculated the baseline emissions for the CO2, and we had to look on the consumption. What we have seen, that a lot of energy is consumed in terms of if we go for the energy sources, it's natural gas. It's every time in every community, it's more than 50. Only one community was called Hliboka. They are the smallest actually in our selection. It was more or less in the, let's say, in the mountains. So they used electricity and other energy sources, but still you can see more or less the simple, let's say, fracture or image or pattern of energy consumption. And it was growing, actually, with so the electricity consumption and the fraction of that was growing with the number of population, which is more or less clear, but still was nice to see that urbanization creates additional electricity consumption in those municipalities. So what we see in terms of energy mix by consumption, it's quite unusual for Ukraine. In Ukraine, we say that if we take the overall energy mix of Ukraine in the recent data, I mean, during the wartime period, last 3 years, so they're up to, let's say, 36, 38% are being consumed by households, and the rest is consumed by other groups of consumers. But here in our region, it's quite unlikely that more than 50% is consumed by households, and that triggers a lot when we hold these blackouts. So that means that the majority of people are being vulnerable, or let's say were put in more dangerous situation in terms of energy provision to them. So then what we did additionally, we checked about, actually, yes, the municipal buildings. It's important. They consume quite huge amounts of energy, because what we count here is schools, actually all the social infrastructure, schools, kindergartens, hospitals, and surely the administrative buildings. Yeah. Then what we did, so we need to develop some kind of a solution for them. We said, yes, first you need to work on measurements, yeah, to provide let's say day-to-day monitoring of the energy, and then you can see, yeah, but you can manage those. Yeah. Then we targeted them, and it was a common sense for those municipalities that having them in, let's say, less urbanized areas, they can go for the biomass, and they can go for the renewables. Mainly it's photovoltaics. And we see as outcomes of those activities that some municipalities have installed a lot of rooftop or different other solutions using photovoltaics for their own use. In their premises, for instance, one city called Dolina, in our case, they had something like 500, let's say half megawatt for the water intake station installed of photovoltaic panels, and the same amount for the sanitation system in the community. So then, what we work with the municipalities on a case by case, and we provide some assumptions and some, let's say, measures for them to increase the use of renewables, and then to understand where we can directly and, let's say, with high reliability reach the energy efficiency in terms of reduction of consumption in terms of plant, because we cannot reach households directly. You cannot come to any house or apartment and monitor or intervene with anything. But then, yeah, we calculated what we have additional problem with those municipalities, that there's a lot of incoming people coming from the eastern, let's say, war-affected zones. And this triggered a little bit increase of consumption in households, and sometimes even in industrial sector, because the companies are also being displaced. It's still ongoing process in Ukraine. So those companies, people are moving from the, to the western part, which is more or less safe. And that creates an additional, let's say, demand side problem in terms of energy, because, our networks and our grids and our system were not, never faced this kind of high rates of consumption. Yeah, and then you can see the rest of the measures that we proposed the municipalities, how they can reduce the consumption of energy, especially excessive consumption, like changing the street lighting, working in municipal buildings, which is in the direct action for the municipalities. So having those assumptions, we have calculated how the CO2 emissions can be reduced. And what we have observed with our calculations, that we can mainly reach at least 35% of reduction by 2030 using those measures and those trends. Sometimes they are, contradictory, because when you install additional photovoltaics, but you have another 1,000 people coming in a quite small community, that more or less contradicts with the energy saving, and quite unusual trend and the challenges we face. Yeah, then it's a comparison of what we have done in terms of bars. Yeah, it's quite visible, but still. And let me share with you with some comments and conclusions. Yeah, we understand that the methodology using SEAP, Sustainable Energy Action Planning, for those small municipalities, which was not the case in Ukraine, even in this periods of time is usable. And we see that actually our outcome, not really scientific, but what we have understood, that the main actions has to be done in the municipalities, not in the ministerial or government programs. Actually, it was a case in other. I see that was discussed in other presentations in line of this session. Yeah, we had to target households, which are, since they are responsible for the more than 60% of the consumption, and it's easy to address them because it's a private household, so you cannot directly intervene with them. So you need to provide some kind of informational support, some kind of financial incentives for those households to reduce the consumption. Because we cannot change the prices in energy during the martial law. They are more or less fixed, and they cannot be changed. Because normally we understand when you can raise the price, you can see the reduction of consumption, but it's not the case here. But still, as you can imagine, that we need to reduce the consumption to have less time of blackouts, which we actually expect in coming weeks or months. We'll see. The same, the recovery, we understand that if those companies and those people from the eastern part of the country, they are coming, so they will increase the consumption. So we need to provide them recommendations in terms of policy and direct measures to reduce the consumption from the very beginning in the new places of living or operation of the companies. And surely we need to work with the municipalities, on the regular basis, because it works as a working example if the municipalities themselves do something like street lighting, like municipal buildings, municipally owned buildings, like schools or administrative buildings. They reduce the community members see the results, the real examples, and they can, with higher probability, they will replicate it in their households. This is more or less to be short, and thank you for having me here. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation here. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes.
Thank you for a very nice, maybe, prognosis of situation in Ukraine. At the end, you have had the slide which was entitled "Assumptions." If I will calculate all these assumptions, is more than 100%. It's true, or how did you mean it?
No. Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, if you calculate them directly, yes, you can see. But the fraction of those, what we cannot reach the reduction in households. If you reach the consumption in like street lighting by even 30%, if it's the energy mix in the consumption is like 3%, that's in total there's 1% for the municipality. It doesn't work, unfortunately. The same for the municipalities. Yeah, in some cases you can see, so they consume could be 9%, could be less. In the bigger communities, yes, it's smaller, and that's a struggle, even a political one at the local level. Like people say for the authorities, please provide the example. But if you can, in your schools and in your kindergartens and administrative building, you consume less than 5%, for instance, in the total mix of the community. And if you reduce it by 50%, like, you twice reduce the consumption, the overall savings would be 2.5% for the community. But if the households will reduce by 10%, the outcome, 10%, the outcome will be around 7% for the whole municipality. So that, triggers a little bit different play And it's challenging because we cannot reach the household directly with all the limitations we have. Hope I answered the question.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yes, hello. I have a curiosity if you can provide the estimation. I mean, through the biomass or bioenergy in general, how much of the total energy supply for Ukraine could you cover?
You know, there are a lot of predictions, and it's a nice question actually. Probably we need to address it separately in some kind of desk research, because it's a methodological question. What you consider biomass? If it's biogas made of biomass, is it still biomass or not? But okay, what we did in our region, in my region, which is like 1.5 million people in total, we allocated in the mountain region mainly, a lot of woods around us, and because there was the research was done just before the COVID, and it was a little bit triggered by the social, let's say, anxiety about small hydro in our region. People didn't want it, so the regional council asked us to provide some, kind of research about the potential. So our answer was that up to 20% of energy used in our region could be covered with the biomass, using the agricultural waste and surely the wooden resource in the mountains, especially old woods that can be collected, not specifically cut, but just collect everything which is lies on the ground. And there's a huge potential and actually untapped. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you for a great presentation and also impressive work that you're conducting there during the circumstances there. So keep up the good work, and a big applause from the audience here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Vincenzo Bianco, and I come from the University of Naples Partenope, where I am a full professor in energy and thermal sciences. The talk I'm going to deliver is focused on the decomposition analysis of energy consumption in Lithuania, Poland, and Slovakia. And it summarizes some results from the LIFE project, Low to High DH, and Erasmus Plus SHERLOCK. So this is the outline of the presentation. First of all, I will provide some background on the three countries I'm going to analyze. Then I will briefly introduce the LMDI methodology. Then we'll have a look to the input data, results, and conclusions. So as for the background, I want to show which was the trend in consumption between the 2000 and 2023, which will be the time frame analyzed in this presentation. And also you can see here the impact of district heating on the total energy consumption. You can see that for Poland, we are talking about 100 terawatt-hour approximately of energy consumption from district heating on a total of more than 500 terawatt-hours. And here you can see the main figures for the district heating network. You can see that we have 21,000 kilometers of network. That is a very impressive values. Similarly from Slovakia, that is a much smaller country, we can see that the total energy consumption is around 100 terawatt-hours, and the district heating energy consumption is in the order of 10 terawatt-hours, with the district heating network having a length of approximately 1,000 kilometers. Finally, we have Lithuania, that is a smaller energy systems with total energy consumption of between 30 and 35 terawatt-hours, and a district heating consumption of 10 terawatt-hours. So in terms of percentage share, we can see that the district heating in Lithuania is the highest. And we can also derive this from the extension of the district heating network that is almost 3,000 kilometers. So starting from this data, an LMDI methodology is implemented. The LMDI methodology is an approach to understand which are the factors provoking energy consumption, and it is called decomposition analysis. The LMDI, which stands from Logarithmic Mean Division Index, is a methodology to quantify, to give a quantitative definition to different factors that are defined in these charts. So here we have a 7 factors decomposition, where you can see we consider the activity, structure, intensity, district heating share, climatic factor, climate-adjusted consumption per capita, and population to heat consumption ratio. Which these factors represent. So the activity represents the consumption, the energy consumption due to the development of economic activities. Basically, the increase or decrease in energy consumption due to the evolution of the GDP of the country. The structures means, measures the change in energy consumption due to change in economic structure. So if the agricultural sector growth or the industrial sector growth or the residential sector increase or decrease, these effects are measured in the structures, because the increase or decrease of these economic sectors will have an impact on the energy consumption. With the intensity, we measure the impact of energy efficiency, because this is the intensity measured as the energy consumption in a specific economic sector divided by the value added of that economic sector. So if we have that the energy consumption per unit of money produced in that sectors increase or decrease, we have a different impact on the total energy consumption. Then, since district heating is relevant in the countries analyzed, we also measure what happens if the share of district heating on the total energy consumption increase or decrease. Climatic factor measures the increase or decrease of energy consumption provoked by the changing climatic conditions, which are measured through the heating degree days. And also here we measure the variation in energy consumption given by the normalized energy consumption per capita. Normalization is done with respect to the climatic conditions. Finally, here we have the population to heat consumption ratio, which is an index measured by the ratio within population and district heating. This factor allows to capture which is the increase in energy due to in energy consumption due to the switching from the of the consumption from the district heating to other source of energy. So this is the mathematical formulation of the problem that you see it's very easy, it's very straightforward, but it can provide many information because we can see how each of these factors impacted the total energy consumption. As for the input data, the idea was to use a unique source of data for all the countries, and data are selected in order to be easy to retrieve. For example, data like district heating supply price is not considered because it would have been a very interesting factor to take into account, but it is very difficult to take to have this datum because it varies from country to country. It has from the supply company to supply company. So it would be something very specific for the analyzed countries. Instead, here the methodology is conceived to be replicable because it can be easily replicable in other countries with high district heating penetration, such as Scandinavian countries or other Eastern European countries such as Romania and Bulgaria, for example, or also extra EU countries like Serbia, for example. And these data are easy to retrieve and you can get all of them from Eurostat. From Eurostat you can also get this data for Serbia, for Bosnia-Herzegovina and so on if you want to go for the analysis of extra European countries. Now, very simply here I collected some of the results. So here you have the sectoral analysis of energy consumptions. 4 sectors are considered: the agricultural sector, the industry sector, service sector, and the residential sector. Now, for time constraint, let's analyze the total results, where the total is given by the sum of the different subsectors. So, for Poland, for example, from 2000 up to 2023, we have that an increase of energy consumption, a strong increase, would have been provoked by the activity, because Poland experienced a huge economic growth between 2000 and 2023, so a strong growth of energy consumption was determined by the activity. The structure, so the change in the economic structure of the country had a limited impact, and in parallel with the strong economic activity, we had also the implementation of energy efficiency measures. And so the impact of the activity is almost counterbalanced by the intensity. Then, district heating share also determined a reduction of the consumption. Why? This is a trend quite typical in, Eastern European countries and in countries that were influenced by the Soviet period. Because during the Soviet age, the district heating was well developed in these countries from one side, but for the other side it was seen like a kind of control of the state on the society, and like a kind of imposition from the authority on the people. So as soon as people had the possibility to choose for other opportunities for heating their house, they switched to other system, and we have a decrease in energy consumption from district heating. Climate factor also had a limited impact, as well as the climate adjusted consumption per capita, whereas the population to heat consumption ratio counterbalanced somehow the district heating share, because if people switched from district heating, it means that they needed to use other source of energy. And so if we combine the impact of each of these factors, we can explain the variation of energy from 2023 to 2000, where we have a slight increase in energy consumption. But this slight increase in energy consumption can be seen as the combination of these 7 factors. The same analysis is developed for the other 2 countries, Slovakia and Lithuania. So again, here you have a sectoral analysis for Slovakia, and here you have the total consumption for Slovakia. The trends are more or less similar, but obviously each country has its own peculiarity. But it's nice to emphasize the impact of the district heating share. You see a decrease, and then you have a decrease of this other term, because if people do not use district heating, then they need to use other source of energy. Nowadays, this could be a topic of reflection, because now district heating could be a more efficient solution. And in the low to high DH project, we are working for that, to make district heating more efficient. So here is the Lithuanian case. The Lithuanian case is different, because what they did was to implement aggressive energy efficiency policy on the building stock, and the district heating consumption reduced, but it reduced because of the energy intensive policies. Because on the other side, the population to heat consumption ratio has a negligible contribution. This means that the district heating is still quite popular within the country. As also we had the opportunity to assess during low to high DH project through other methodologies like questionnaires, interviews, and so on. So Lithuania has a different, is a different case with respect to Poland and Slovakia. So jumping to the conclusion, here we could see an overview of how energy consumption evolved in these 3 countries. Why these 3 countries? Because in these 3 countries we have a huge share of district heating, and here the idea was to emphasize the contribution of district heating. The proposed approach could be useful for energy policy and energy management decision, because somehow we could understand which are the factors which driven energy consumption in the past years, and from that we may gain a complete picture of what happened. And also the methodology can be extended for forecasting purposes, and this will be the future work we are going to do with this methodology and this data. thank you very much for your attention.
Do we have any questions?
Vincenzo, congratulations to excellent job, because we were responsible for Slovakian values which we use for this global evaluation. I think that also the project what we have together, Low to High district heating, it's giving to our professional engineers in the field of supplying by heat new view. District heating, it was not only former Soviet countries, but also Scandinavia. It was one of the very good technical solution, of course, and now it's a new way of the thinking how to change the sources which had been before based on the fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. And maybe it's my short question to you, do you think that what is the potential or what is the reality for application of renewable energy sources to district heating systems?
Thank you very much, Dusan, for the questions. We worked together on, on some of these aspects. First of all, the only thing I wanted to emphasize that also we discussed a lot is to understand why there was a switching of people from district heating to individual heating. Like, you showed us when we came on the field trip in Bratislava, also the local company showed there. So, as you told, the district heating is an efficient solution. In fact, in Scandinavian countries, they are utilizing it. Here, the novel contribution, if you want, is that we managed somehow to estimate in terms of energy consumption how much was the energy consumption that switched from district heating to individual heating. And it is this amount, so we can make the net between these two terms and the estimate which was the, the net loss that moved from district heating to individual heating. Then agree with you that we need to, convince people to come back to district heating because it's by far more efficient. And coming to your question, yes, it is possible to integrate renewables in district heating. We are working on these solutions. You are, on first line. We are more or less in first line together. Now I am in the second line and you are in the first line, discussing with companies the opportunity to integrate renewables. This can be done by exploiting, for example, heat pumps, combination of energy storage and heat pumps. So there are many, many opportunities. Especially, there are also opportunities to develop with more modern design the extension of district heating systems in new district. You showed us a clear example in Bratislava, for example, when we came. So it's a matter to convince, first of all, the population to come back to district heating, and this is a social matter. And from the technical point of view, if there is the demand, I think that all the issues related to the integration of renewables can be overcome. And we have a practical example about that is Lithuania, because in Lithuania, the share of renewables, biomass specifically, is very, very high. So they practically demonstrate how to integrate renewables in the district heating network. So it could be a study case for all the other countries and countries with similar features. I don't know if I more or less answered your questions and observations.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this impressive study here, and congratulations, and also good luck for the continuous work now.
Thank you.
Oh, then I would like to ask Dr. Sukanya Saikia to make her presentation. I hope I was fairly good with it. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Sukanya Saikia. I work for Tipperary Energy Agency. So we are an energy agency who work very closely with local authorities in Ireland and through our projects with local authorities across various countries as well. So specifically in Ireland to help Irish local authorities transition into climate neutrality. So this presentation is basically a roadmap to how we help them with this. Just a quick background and context. I'm sure you're aware of the EU directive of 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emission and net zero emissions by 2050. And in the Irish context, we have two acts which are very crucial in our journey. So firstly, it's the Climate Action and Local Carbon Development Act, which was passed in 2015. And that act basically committed Ireland to being climate neutral in 2050, climate resilient, biodiversity rich, and basically just translating everything that the EU directive requires us to do. And that act also helped in setting a 5-year carbon budget with sectoral targets. So local authorities have different sectors that they address, and they define certain targets for each sector to reduce and manage greenhouse gas emissions. And it also established a Climate Change Advisory Council. But a significant milestone was in 2021 when it was amended. The whole act in 2015 was amended. And in 2021, it mandated the government, so all the counties in Ireland had to, publish and approve their local authority climate action plan, which is also known as Sustainable Energy Climate Action Plan, or CCAP, in many other European countries. So in Irish context, it's called LACAP, Local Authority Climate Action Plan. And in 2024, based on this act, all the counties in Ireland successfully approved and published their climate action plans, which basically outlines different actions. So the actions might address climate adaptation, mitigation, energy efficiency, biodiversity loss, and many other actions. But it differs from county to county because the topography, the challenges of each county varies. So each of this county have their individual local authority climate action plan. And of course, it has a specific target of 51% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and by 2050 being climate neutral. I'm not sure if there are anyone from energy agencies in this conference, but if you're not aware of how energy agencies work, we basically work with local authorities. We work on various, EU projects, EU-funded projects that addresses climate in every way possible. But basically, an energy agency mostly focuses its work on renewable energy. And it basically translates whatever is passed at the EU level to be implemented at a local level. So just being a bridge between that. And as you might be aware of, all the EU funding program, which helps organizations like us, research institutes, universities like yourself, and agencies to develop and scale impactful climate projects. So in this presentation, I'll be talking about 3 projects that we are currently doing, and it is progressing really well, and it's being successfully implemented. One of it is Own Your CCAP. As you know, CCAP is Sustainable Energy Climate Action Plan. So it basically is about integrating climate, mainstreaming climate into everything that local authorities do. into their daily operations. Then we have InPlan, which is integrating planning into climate, integrating climate into planning, sorry, the other way around. And then we have Power Ecom, which is about, as the name suggests, empowering communities in initiating and successfully completing renewable energy generation projects. So all these projects have different themes, but they are interconnected because of their aspects of local climate action. Starting with Own Your CCAP, just 2 slides each on each of the project. I'll go through it quickly. We have 11 partners in this project, and it's going to end this summer in September. And this project is all about doing rather than planning. There is a part of planning, but it's mostly on-ground implementation. So we work with local authorities where we identify and prioritize their actions from their climate action plan and help them implement it, help identify stakeholders who, if we do not have any in-house expertise, we would help identify stakeholders who would have the expertise to help the local authorities, and replicate the kind of work in other regions as well. So until now, we have done several actions for local authorities to install solar PV, but which started with feasibility studies, district heating pilot feasibility studies, and then offering nature-based solutions. And we also help local authorities with energy management systems, and a lot of capacity building workshops, because we identify the needs that local authorities have, and based on that need, we custom workshops and provide them that capacity. So we do a lot of collaborations and stakeholder engagement. So as part of this project, this is key to the success of this project. And through that, so Tipperary Energy Agency, where I work from, is a regional energy agency. So we initially worked with only 4 local authorities in the region. But with this project alone, it has now spread, the work has spread to 25 local authorities in Ireland, which is a massive, massive success. Moving on to InPlan, there are 5 countries, including Ireland. It's Sweden, Italy, Croatia, and Romania. We have 15 lighthouses, case studies, and 30 pilot studies. We are focusing on the sectors of energy and mobility. And of course, when we talk about spatial planning, a lot of it is climate adaptation. So the basic target groups are the planners, the Irish Planning Institute, the local authorities, of course. And we do a lot of capacity building in this project as well, and gap assessment. Because to be honest, Ireland has not much been till now involved in integrating climate into spatial planning, but it is changing. The whole scene is changing currently. So this project really helps in fulfilling that gap. So through this project, we have also empowered a lot of local authorities and communities. And we respond to climate change through smarter land use and compact growth, because it's not just about population density, it's about every individual having access to renewable energy infrastructure, having access to different amenities, but at the same time, it's about how spatially and how tactfully you are designing it, because if it's a sparse population and you are installing a renewable energy infrastructure, it's not doing its purpose because you're not using it optimally. So compact growth is a concept that we talk about in integrated planning. And we also use spatial planning to guide energy retrofits, infrastructure resilience in Ireland. These are some of the case studies. You can check it out in the website as well, InPlan website. It's a EU-funded project. Moving on to the last project that I want to talk about is Power Ecom. This is very tricky because the concept of energy communities is very different in Ireland than in other countries, European countries. In Ireland, we have what is called sustainable energy communities, where the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland provides grants and schemes for energy communities to renovate and retrofit their community buildings and community halls, etc. but that is the focus of it, just that. Whereas in other countries, it's more than that. It's about generating as well. So this project is trying to fill that gap, because with the EU directive of generating 500 megawatt of community-generated renewable energy in Ireland, we are only at 4.6 megawatt currently. So only one community is operating, which is generating electricity. Other than that, none whatsoever. And that's because of their challenges in accessing grants, which are in place just formally, but they're not able to access it. So it's very interesting and tricky to just leverage this relationship between the policymakers and the communities. So this project is about collaboration, a lot of stakeholder engagement and capacity building. So we give confidence to the communities to keep themselves motivated and inspired, because this is a long journey and they are doing it in a voluntary purpose. It's apart from their full-time job, So this is something that we work with different partners, and we have a university as well as an Irish partner in the project. So as part of the project, we have established the first Energy Communities Transformation Office in Ireland. We call it the Catalyst. It's also hosted in our website, in Tipperary Energy Agency's website. We give a lot of materials, and we engage with the communities very often, regularly. And we just help them understand the legislations that are in place, the policies that are in place, help them build stronger communities and master energy principles, and secure funding is a huge part of it. And adapt and replicate. Just to make it clear that in Ireland, what we call sustainable energy communities, in that context, we have 1,000 operating sustainable energy communities, which is a big number. But the context gets lost when we talk in a European context, because people perceive it as, okay, they are generating electricity, but it's actually not. They are just renovating and retrofitting. So this is just a comparative analysis. The focus area is all different: spatial planning, day-to-day operations, community-led renewables, and the target groups are also different. But yes, the underlining theme is that they all deliver local climate action. Some of the challenges that we have faced while doing any European project is, one is that there is this lack. In Ireland, there are climate action teams in every local authority, and what climate action team do is just basically act on the climate action plan. But every department has an equal responsibility in contributing towards the climate action team, but that responsibility gets lost because the departments are not clear how their role is impacting climate. But every department in the municipality is impacting climate. So that's one of the basic barrier. And the other one is, of course, lack of resources, lack of funding, and of course, changing political leadership, which undermines long-term actions. And common best practices, of course, we tailor the action plans, we tailor the workshops, we tailor help to each municipality, stakeholder mapping and engagement, and clear understanding of legislation, and replicable models across regions. And the conclusion is that, of course, as you all are aware, EU projects are crucial to translate high-level directives into local action, and TA's work shows importance of targeted solutions, need for national guidance, and power of collaboration. Future focus would, of course, be on scaling successful models and continued capacity building and bridging gaps between policy and implementation. So local action is key to global goals. So, yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for a really great presentation. Do we have any questions?
That would be...
I have a question.
Okay.
The aperitivo will be there soon. I really fond of your product, and it's action-oriented. I'm not that surprised about the institutional barriers. From my opinion, it's, you're going into actions, you're going into a project, and it's very much a dynamic issues, and then you're talking about the local authorities. more static,
Yeah.
not that flexible. I can see all those challenges.
Mhm.
But have you been working, like the project owner, project steering committee, do they have people involved from the local authority that has the responsibility to tell them to go into actions? Or could you elaborate a bit more on the challenges that you see for next coming projects in that area? Is there something that you see based on your experience that what would you do differently next time?
I mean, I think just the basic awareness that each of the department has their contribution towards climate action. When we talk about housing, for example, we cannot just go on and tell them that whatever you're doing, if you're developing some new housing buildings or if you're, constructing something, in the name of development, you cannot just say that, oh, you're emitting greenhouse gas emission, and that would really negatively impact their, motivation and their work. So it's very tricky to, balance that out because we have seen, like currently, we also work with municipal budgets and how to integrate climate into municipal budgets. And this is a challenge that we are facing in the regard because they see it as like, this is our day-to-day, we are already allocated the budget, we do not even need to do this work. Why are you even forcing us to do this work, or why are you forcing us to even think that way? But that's the next step because more and more project funding calls are coming in a way that it integrates climate into budgets, it integrates climate adaptation. So more and more funding are in the area. So local authorities, some core people are there in the projects who help us bridge that gap, from the climate action team, basically. We are lucky that we have a climate action plan in a team in each county and a plan in each county. In many other partner countries, they do not necessarily have formalized and approved the climate action plan, but in Ireland we have, and that makes us a bit lucky. But I would say that just the basic awareness, that your work matters, and what your work, what you do, does contribute to climate in any way possible. So just that is very important to just inspire them to take matters into their hands. Otherwise, they're lazy enough, they will not do it. So yeah, thank you.
So then we have the last presentation. I would like to ask Professor Theokaris to give a presentation, and that will be a really interesting one to finalize this session with overheating on the public health. So please, the floor is yours. Yeah, see if I can.
Okay.
Maybe I will just close that one.
In the meantime, good afternoon. I would like to introduce myself. My name is I'm working in the field of sustainable energy for 40 years, 40 years. And I'm in this university, working in this university since 1997. I'm very happy to coordinate the team, Renewable Sustainable Energy Laboratory. And also, I know that everybody would like to go outside. Thank you very much for still here with us. I will try to provide you some
PDF, okay.
Thank you. Some useful information on what we do. I try to focus on the topic of this conference and also to give you some ideas on what were involved during this year. Yes, some information about our lab. We have coordinated on behalf of the European Commission or on behalf of the Technical University of Crete more than 50 projects, 50 contracts, and we're very experienced on that, very proud. This is one of the last one we coordinate now, and Professor Patrakis is also part of our scientific committee. This is an Horizon project, and we're coordinators of this project. We have 8 European universities. 3 of them are in what we call widening countries. We try to see ways of greening and digitalizing what we call cultural heritage not only just a picture, but also to create the local dynamic to develop and to attract also more sources. This is in Silesia, in Poland, in Creta, and also in U Valley in Romania. Very different typologies. We try to put them under the same umbrella. Post-mining typology, post-industrial typology, and also our cultural typology, which is very attractive for the visitors here in Creta. Another project which is under coordination, there's that one, very important. We have created, we don't publish a lot of things, but already have finished two PhDs on that topic. It's about to find, according to 20 different criteria, what we call sustainable, what we call sustainable siting of large offshore systems. We continue this research and follow in the next weeks. We will publish some very important events. This is something against what we call hydrocarbon drilling, the things what happens around Creta. We follow very, very strict methodology we have developed in this lab. Another very important project during this period, just finished, is that one. With the EOS, is the national, let's say, big power to promote sustainable safe mobility. We have finished the Safe Future. We have created some guidelines for schools around Europe, and we have tested how to integrate sustainability and environment for schools in the cities and for safety for children and students. We are very lucky, of course, because I think something happens with the projection, no? So my cards are not full, but okay, we'll continue that way. It's not full. Projection is not full. It's half the card.
It's online, so that's why.
Okay.
Maybe.
No,
like
okay,
this.
thank you.
Yeah.
First one. Because each card has a value. So this is another project we coordinate on behalf of the European Commission. It's about blue economy. We create the new certification scheme for sports working in the Mediterranean and Black Sea ports. This is a very important project, and we create a new scheme. With us, we have also the Association of the Ports. We have also the TVNOR for the certification, La Spezia port, Valencia port, also the port from Heraklion, and with support of the Tunisian authorities and the Ministry of Maritime Policy in Greece. Also, with us, we're working with the National Marine Agency of Georgia. They are very, very good colleagues. This project will finish this October and with certification of about 200 people. This is another project which is ongoing. Coordinator is University of Siena, Florence is with us, and University of Siena. Okay. So we have a primitive role here because we have created, on behalf of the Commission, a tool, a digital tool for integration, and we completed with new activities, new operations. And we talk about how to green islands. The islands in this case are the island of Creta, the island of Brač, and the island of Elba in Italy. Brač in Croatia. Another project under this umbrella we have, and we have created a new tool we can visit and see what we have done by the lab, is to increase the lighting. This is in cooperation with also with Arista Grasoulis. He's working with us, and we're very happy for that. And the idea is to create the proper criteria and infrastructure to select the best lighting process in 4 different cities in Europe, 4 different countries, and also to after that to demonstrate which are the best solutions. This is also an ongoing project. It's a direct Euromed project. And the last of this family of Euromed projects is this tool. This is also online. You can go and see. It has the basic tools created by our lab during the years, and we developed. It was candidate for the Regio Stars Prize before 2 years, and you can go there and to see how the local authorities can use electronically for the design, any support, and the tools. We have free tools. There is the European policy. You have everything at this umbrella. Spend 5-10 minutes to test it. It's in operation. And this is not very close to the architectural point. This is an horizon we have, and we try to evaluate the blue economy process. In this case, it's macroalgae production in the seas. The leader is from this Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Our role is to see the full chain and suggest alternative ways to make it green, because production in the sea is very important, but it's competitive to other processes. So this is our role, to see all these processes and how to make it safe as a substitute of valuable products like machine, like food or whatever. Now I'm going to go very fast to the topic of my presentation. You have to forget, I think everybody knows that during the last 5 years, we have to understand that we live in somehow in a limbo. How we can predict at the end of 2019 what about COVID, what about, let's say, the energy crisis or the energy poverty things. I know that you are anxious with the party, but in 5 minutes I will finish. Thank you. This is also something very new in Creta. This we call Sahara effect, because this happened on this May 23. This was happened all over Creta. This is climate change, and any change is with us. And what is important for us is the element of health in this presentation, the increase of temperature and this thermal, super thermal pressure has a lot of impact on especially on poor people, in people with problems in cardiovascular, and also with health systems. In Creta, in summertime, we have problems with the health system because we have a lot of tourists. So consider this to happen also for the local people, for citizens. It's very, very problematic, and it's very important also for the mental health of the people. Why this is problem? Of course, because we talk about the life of people. We have to, idea was to see the potential risks, take into account all regions of Europe, and to see the typologies and to understand better which are the risks. We understand somehow what we need to prove what's the problem. Emphasis was in this presentation on Mediterranean, to see what happened in Mediterranean, about the people, to see, to create at the end some recommendation about the regional typology. The good thing is that Sofia, who is working with me, also is expert in Eurostat. So what we do is we use a lot of data from Eurostat official data, and we go in depth and to see which is the performance. We take into account ideas as say, temperature, population, deaths, also energy demand, things like things. And at the end, we'll try to see which is the typology of the regions with the highest risk. Yes, okay. Further. Let's go case by case. In Italy, this Piedmont area had the most, let's say, the statistical, let's say, success of our analysis. Arte Traun was very good, regression analysis. Pearson was very, very good also, which gives us the trend between the parameters of death and overheating, and p-values. So in that case, we have some ideas about what happens there in Italy, which is the most risky place, and this is Piemonte. In Spain, is everything about Madrid, you know, the typical epirotic problem, and The indicators show us a macroscopic, let's say, idea. In Greece, it seems that Peloponnese and Creta has more problem because we have more overheating, and in Creta the climate is subtropical. But we have to be very curious in this analysis, and we try to process it more, because the population in Creta is not the real population. We have two different phases of what we call seasonality. In Creta, with tourism in Creta is very long, from May to November. So when we talk about population, about statistical analysis, we have to see more in depth what goes there. But statistically, it seems that Creta and Peloponnese had a major problem for overheating. For France, it was Rhône-Alpes Straits, but the indicators show that people working in this area had the most, let's say, probability for the reason of death to be based in overheating. And I'm going to the end of this presentation. This is a very important table for us, which are the correlation degree very high, and the typology which has the highest risk is inland and landlocked areas, of course we know, with continental and valley. I know that because I has been also was born in a valley, and also urbanization seems to give us the most risky. It's something we know, but now we have in front of us some numbers about that one. So if we would like to apply some protection measures, we have to rank somehow these marks, to see the priorities. And the findings, we have seen the countries who have been the most important, the large problem with temperatures. Overheating was among, of course, the principal factors for mortality. Just for the history, at the end of 1990, we have a lot of deaths in Greece, thousands of deaths in Greece due to overheating. The same in France after 10 years. Also, for the correlations, we forgot everything about COVID, because this period was very strange for our analysis. I think it was not the proper. We have to see in depth other things. Also, the higher correlation activities it was with areas with less cooling space. This is reasonable, we know that. And also the continental climates tend to be more vulnerable. From the quality analysis, it seems that economic and social factors have an influence, but we didn't realize in our analysis a direct correlation with them. In our analysis, not now. We have not seen that GDP or GNP or something like that could give us this correlation. And thank you for your time, and I hope I was something useful. Thank you.
Do you have a quick question? Anyone?
Everybody wants to go to the party.
Thank you very much for your presentation. A big applause for everyone staying here for that long time. You're all my heroes. Thank you very much.